Chapter 560. The witch clan was invincible, and in an instant, all of the death warriors were dead or injured. Lei Ming's eyes revealed fear as he stared fixedly at Tang Zheng. How could this brat's skills be so terrifying? Tang Zheng seemed to feel Lei Ming's gaze. He turned his head to look, and when their eyes met, Lei Ming's eyes felt as if they had been pricked by a needle and was intimidated by Tang Zheng's aura, causing his heart to tremble in fear. Damn it, this group of people is far more powerful than I imagined. No, most of them are watching the scene, so there aren't that many people to deal with him. I have to get reinforcements. Seeing the death warriors fall one by one, Lei Ming's heart was bleeding. It was not easy to nurture these death warriors. He had suffered a huge loss this time. Qin Lao did not remind him that Tang Zheng was so powerful and allowed him to poke such a big hornet's nest. Lei Ming hid behind the crowd and retreated bit by bit as he made a call and spoke in a low voice. After hanging up the phone, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. The Great Life Order said, "All of you, go up and block them. If anyone dares to take half a step back, not only will I kill him, I will also kill his entire family." With this threat, no one dared to retreat. Those who had retreated to the side had reluctantly rushed forward, but in front of the shamans, these people were like paper. Although there were 200 or 300 of them against an opponent who was only 1/10 of them, they were defeated like a landslide. These people did not have guns, they only had some cold weapons, so the threat was even weaker. Not long later, these people collapsed and retreated in defeat. They no longer cared about Lei Ming's threat and fled in panic while crying for their parents. "Where's Lei Ming?" Tang Zheng stopped. The War Soul sword was still dripping with blood. He asked with a murderous aura. Yi Yuan and the rest shook their heads. Just now, they were only focused on killing the enemy, but they did not notice Lei Ming and let him slip away. Wu walked up, pointed at the large villa in the distance, and said, "He escaped in." It was obvious that Lei Ming, who had been observing the situation quietly and had not made a move, did not escape her eyes. "Let's go. What kind of broken big brother dragon head is this? He only has this bit of courage and this bit of skill. He's running pretty fast." Tang Zheng said disdainfully. He had wronged Lei Ming, but he couldn't blame Lei Ming for running away. Tang Zheng's display of strength was simply too shocking. The people of the underworld were, at most, a little more ruthless. Even if they competed for territory and fought in large groups, it was not so tragic. Even if there were warriors, there were only a few of them. A gunman team like Lei Ming, who had cultivated a group of men of sacrifice, could run rampant in this territory. They had stood tall for many years, and no one dared to provoke them. However, these strengths were obviously not enough in front of Tang Zheng. Even a national secret organization, like the Dragon Group, was something that Tang Zheng dared to contend against these local forces. It was simply crushing them, making them unable to resist at all. In fact, this was also one of the reasons why Tang Zheng was not interested in the underground world, although it looked impressive on the surface. In fact, in Tang Zheng's eyes, it was just like that. No matter how powerful the boss was, his vision was too small, and his strength was not enough to look at. Tang Zheng's vision was no longer what it used to be. After seeing so many mountains and ridges, how could he be interested in some bumpkins? Therefore, playing with the underground world was equivalent to an adult bullying a child. However, if there was an underground force that dared to challenge his dignity, then they would be a devilish child. When dealing with devilish children, they would definitely not be lenient. If they did not beat them up until they were afraid, they would not know how to restrain themselves. This time, Tang Zheng's action of wantonly attacking Thunder's headquarters was firstly to take revenge, and secondly to intimidate the other forces so that they would not dare to provoke him again, and also so that the other forces would not dare to take half a step into the ordinary balance. Otherwise, in the future, when he left the ordinary balance to go to school, these forces would come to the ordinary balance to cause trouble. Wouldn't that be very troublesome? Bang! With a kick on the thick door, the door was directly kicked flying. The large, luxurious villa was completely silent, and many servants were hiding in the corner, trembling. Where did Thunder go? Tang Zheng asked. The servants shook their heads in fear and unease. Looks like he really hid like a turtle. Then, let's put in some effort. If we don't find him, we won't withdraw today. Under Tang Zheng's orders, the witch clan warriors split into several groups and began to search the villa. However, after half a day, they found nothing. He can't have grown wings and flew away, right? Tang Zheng said strangely. No one answered him, but a series of sirens came from afar. Lin Hu's face stiffened, and he hurriedly said, Young Master Tang, the police are here. Lei Ming has run amok in Jade Sand for so many years. He must have a protective umbrella. It's not appropriate for us to directly clash with the police. Let's go first. Tang Zheng's eyes flashed, the corner of his mouth hooked up, and said, Since it's a protective umbrella, protecting this kind of person is not a good person. Why would we be afraid of these people? Moreover, if a person like Lei Ming were to let the tiger return to the mountain, then he would definitely hide. At that time, he would be in the dark, and we would be in the light. Tang Zheng did not have a ticking time bomb waiting for him. He himself was not afraid, but there were too many people related to him. If someone were to die because of this, then it would be too late for him to regret it. Tang Zheng simply turned around and walked out. When he walked to the door, he saw that a black mass of police had already surrounded the villa, each one of them as if they were facing a great enemy, but also panicked, especially the dead and injured people on the ground. It gave them too much of a shock. Jade Sand hasn't had such a large-scale incident for many years, and many people still didn't know what was going on. Just where did this fierce person come from to cause such a big mess? Seeing a group of people walk out, the group of police pulled out their guns and pointed them at them. One of them, who looked like an officer, raised a loudspeaker and shouted, All of you, put down your weapons and surrender, otherwise we will open fire. Tang Zheng looked at the other party with a smile and suddenly walked towards them. The police immediately acted as if they were facing a great enemy and shouted, Stop, take one more step, and we will open fire. Tang Zheng stopped, looked at the other party, and said with a smile, Lei Ming really has a lot of face. He actually called over so many police helpers. Fine, since the police are here, then there is no way to continue fighting. You still want to fight? This father will let you eat a bullet. The police officer shouted. Is that so? Hee. Tang Zheng chuckled disapprovingly. Don't move, or else we'll immediately shoot and turn you into a hornet's nest. The police officer threatened, and then hurriedly ordered his subordinates to capture Tang Zheng. A group of policemen carried their guns, their muzzles never leaving Tang Zheng's side, as they carefully walked towards Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng did not move, as if he was truly frightened. Seeing that, Yi Yuan was about to rush up and repel the policeman, but he was stopped by Tang Zheng's gaze. Immediately, the others were indignant, their eyes spitting fire as they watched the police surround Tang Zheng, handcuff him, and arrest him. Yi Yuan and his clansmen were puzzled. They did not know why the Lord Envoy wanted to surrender. Only Wu Wu looked at Tang Zheng thoughtfully. You still have guts. Who exactly are you to dare to be so unbridled in Yusha and kill so many people? The police officer finally had the guts to swagger out and ask arrogantly, Lei Ming wants to kill me. Of course I want to kill him. Tang Zheng said calmly. The police officer did not expect Tang Zheng to narrate the matter so calmly. He was startled for a moment, then immediately flew into a rage. You dare to be so arrogant in my territory, brat. You are the first one to dare to touch Master Lei. You really ate the guts of a leopard. I can tell you clearly you will die miserably. Master Lei, Hee hee, you police officers already call Lei Ming master. What a group of virtuous and filial sons. Tang Zheng said in ridicule. These words immediately aroused the anger of the crowd. Someone kicked Tang Zheng's waist, but Tang Zheng did not move at all. He looked at the other with ridicule and said, "Is this all you have? Brat, I'll call you crazy. I've seen a lot of people like you. When you get to the police station, I'll see how crazy you are." The police officer clenched his teeth and said, obviously hating Tang Zheng to death, "Arrest the others. Don't let a single one of them go. We must severely punish this group of outlaws." The police immediately pounced on the witch clan warrior. Without the orders of the envoy, everyone dared to be angry, but did not dare to say anything. No one resisted, as they were all handcuffed. Moreover, the police did not let down their guard in the slightest. One by one, the black muzzles were pointed at them, ready to fire at any time. Tang Zheng, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He stared at the other party and said, "Since we've been arrested, then shouldn't the main character come out and say a few words to show off his strength and express his feelings?" The other party was stunned for a moment, unable to understand Tang Zheng's thoughts. "Brat, you talk a lot. I'll make you speechless later," the police officer said hatefully. As soon as he finished speaking, a person walked out of the villa with large strides. He greeted the police officer with an ashen face. "Chief Hong, thank you for coming in time." Wasn't this person Lei Ming, who was hiding? Tang Zheng looked at Lei Ming with a smile and said, "Aren't you going to be a coward?" Lei Ming said fiercely, "Brat, let's see how you dare to be arrogant now. You killed my son. I will definitely let you taste the pain of not wanting to live and live a life worse than death." "I'm afraid you won't have that chance." Tang Zheng shook his head and said, "What do you mean?" Lei Ming's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly had an ominous premonition. However, looking at the armed police, his confidence instantly soared. Just like what Lin Hu had said, the Lei family had been operating in Jade Sand for 2 generations and had bribed countless officials. That was why they were so unbridled. However, Lei Ming would not easily use his official resources. After all, no one had the ability to force him to this step in all these years. This time, he was caught off guard and forced into a corner by Tang Zheng, which was why he couldn't wait to seek official support. Chapter 561. Kacha! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Zheng's handcuffed hands were pulled to the sides, and the handcuffs were like paper breaking into 2 halves. Suddenly, everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Kacha! Kacha!" However, as if that sound was a signal, the sound of the handcuffs breaking came one after another. After a while, all the witchcraft warriors regained their freedom. The policemen were stunned and didn't know what to do. Lei Ming reacted quickly and shouted, "Open fire! Hurry up and open fire!" He had seen how powerful these people were, since they dared to break free from the handcuffs. It meant that they were not afraid of the police. Since he had been exposed, wouldn't he be in danger? He was just an outsider. How could the police listen to his order and shoot directly? Moreover, the guns of the police nowadays were more of a deterrent. Some of them probably hadn't fired a gun in a year, so no one immediately opened fire. This gave the warriors of the witch tribe an opportunity to attack, and they would not hesitate. However, they also knew that these policemen were not gangsters, so they did not kill them. One by one, they greeted the policemen with their fists. The policemen subconsciously resisted, but how could their wrestling skills be a match for the warriors of the witch tribe? Bang! 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 The policemen were knocked down one by one, and their guns were taken away. The police officer was half a beat faster than the other police officers. The gun in his hand was aimed at Tang Zheng, and he fiercely pulled the trigger, but Tang Zheng's movements were even faster than his. With a point of his finger, the police officer found that his finger could not pull the trigger no matter what. Not long after, his entire body stiffened, and he could not move. "What did you do to me?" Tang Zheng smiled mysteriously. He had only sealed the policeman's acupoints. Although Tang Zheng was not afraid of him, after all, his skin had a certain protective effect. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Tang Zheng didn't want to hurt the police. Lei Ming's reaction was faster than everyone else. When Tang Zheng pointed his finger, he waved his hand, and a cold light flashed, shooting directly at Tang Zheng's throat. Tang Zheng felt a shiver run down his spine. Seeing how cowardly the other party was, and how he only knew how to run away, Tang Zheng thought that he was just a fake. Who would have thought that he was actually hiding his true strength? From the looks of it, the other party was at least a Xiantian lord. However, thinking about it from another perspective, it was understandable. Back then, Huang San was a first-grade Xiantian realm martial artist. This Lei Ming naturally didn't just rely on a group of powerful subordinates to occupy such an important place like jade sand. To forge iron, one needed to be strong. Without a solid foundation of true martial arts, how could he intimidate those lawless people under him? Seeing that the cold light was about to hit Tang Zheng's throat, Tang Zheng slightly twisted his body to avoid being hit. The cold light hit Tang Zheng's shoulder. Lei Ming was overjoyed. His sneak attack had finally succeeded. His weapon was coated with poison. Once it touched blood, it would seal the mouth. Even if he did not hit a vital point, as long as he managed to stab the opponent would not be able to keep his life. This was Lei Ming's trump card. He would never show it to others easily. However, as long as he used it, it would never miss. It would catch the enemy off guard and take their life. This was also one of the reasons why he had been holding back. He had been waiting for an opportunity. Otherwise, if Tang Zheng managed to dodge it, the second time would not be so easy. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. That cold light did not pierce Tang Zheng's shoulder. Instead, it was bounced back. The complacent expression on Lei Ming's face suddenly disappeared. His body stiffened as he looked at the scene in disbelief. This was a weapon forged from diamond. Why did it not pierce the opponent's shoulder? Tang Zheng lowered his head and looked at his shoulder. There was a hole in his clothes, revealing the skin underneath. His skin flashed with a metallic luster before everything returned to normal. Lei Ming unwaveringly stared at Tang Zheng's shoulder, hoping to see a trace of blood. However, he was disappointed as he clearly saw that Tang Zheng's skin did not have a single wound. At this moment, his heart was overwhelmed with shock as he thought to himself, "Is this person invulnerable?" The chaotic Vajra spell was indeed extraordinary. This attack was enough to pierce through the body of an ordinary person, but it did not leave a single wound on Tang Zheng's body. Tang Zheng was very satisfied with this effect. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he smiled mysteriously. "Lei Ming, smart, you actually know how to sneak attack. It's just that you didn't expect this, right? Who the hell are you? You're so young. How can you be invulnerable?" Lei Ming asked in fear. Tang Zheng snorted and did not reply. Instead, he walked towards the other party step by step, his gaze locked onto the weapon in Lei Ming's hand. This weapon was very strange. It was an iron chain. However, at the front of the chain was a thin, sharp blade that was as long as a palm, glowing with a trace of blue light. Seeing Tang Zheng's murderous aura, Lei Ming knew that he was about to face a fierce battle. In the past, when he faced his enemies, he had always been confident, but now he was extremely guilty and did not have the slightest bit of confidence. Especially after Tang Zheng displayed his invulnerability, it made things worse. He only had the urge to quickly escape, and at the same time, he had already cursed Qin Lao and the ancestors of the Song family in his heart. If they had not come to find him and promised him great benefits, how could he have provoked a nemesis like Tang Zheng? Seeing Tang Zheng close in, Lei Ming let out a low roar and hurriedly retreated. With a flick of his finger, with a so sound, the chain flew out and attacked Tang Zheng like a poisonous snake. With a flash of sword light, the War Soul's sword slashed fiercely, causing ripples in the air. The chain was unable to get close to Tang Zheng in the slightest, and immediately the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Sword light danced in the air, interweaving with the shadows of thousands of chains. After the others dealt with the police, they immediately gathered together to enjoy the fierce battle. The policemen were even more dumbstruck. They had already forgotten the pain in their bodies and did not dare to breathe. Only now did they understand that they had really kicked an iron plate this time. Lei Ming retreated step by step and was safely suppressed by Tang Zheng. Moreover, he clearly felt that the other party did not use his full strength, otherwise his situation would be even worse. He really regretted it, gasping for breath as he begged for mercy. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. This time, it's a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. We don't know each other, so let's stop fighting and sit down to talk, okay? Tang Zheng sneered. This was the so-called Jade Sandroad's big brother, who was so greedy for life and afraid of death, it was really shocking. He did not know that Lei Ming had not personally killed an enemy for many years, and his youthful spirit had been completely wiped out. He was not like Tang Zheng, who was not afraid of anything. Moreover, people who had been at ease for too long would cherish their lives more. Where is Qin Lao? Tang Zheng asked coldly. Lei Ming heard this and quickly said, He has already left my house, but he is still in Jade Sand. I heard that he went to Tian Shuji's place. Who is Tian Shuji? The secretary of the provincial party committee. Tang Zheng understood. The power of the Song family was indeed not to be underestimated. They actually had a good relationship with the governor of a province. No matter why Lei Ming went to find this Governor Tian, since Tang Zheng wanted to kill Qin Lao, then he had to find the other party even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground. I have already answered your question, so can you let me go? Lei Ming asked pitifully. He did not have any of his previous prestige, which made the policeman surprised. It turned out that the usually arrogant Lei Ming also had this side. Tang Zheng chuckled and mercilessly crushed Lei Ming's hope. If you had this kind of attitude from the beginning, then you would not have come to this point. Now it is too late for you to say anything. Lei Ming's eyes flashed with a touch of panic. How can you be like this? I have already answered your question. Did I promise you that if you answered my question, you would not die? Lei Ming was speechless. Tang Zheng indeed did not promise. Suddenly, his face changed, full of determination and murderous intent. He gritted his teeth and said, If you kill me, the police will not let you go. You are counting on your protection to fight for a way out. It may be useful to others, but it is useless to me. Tang Zheng was not even afraid of a mysterious organization like the Dragon Group, so why would he be afraid of the police? Moreover, he was now cooperating with the National Security Bureau. If the National Security Bureau could not even handle such a small matter, then how could he continue to show his face? Therefore, Tang Zheng dared to cause such a ruckus without the slightest scruple, because he was completely prepared. He was truly fearless. Lei Ming was shocked. He had been around for most of his life, but he had never seen such a daring person. Although he was the tyrant of Jade Sand, he still had to rely on a big tree and seek protection from many umbrellas before he dared to do such a thing. Where did this brat's confidence come from? Brat, you killed Master Lei. Don't even think about leaving Jade Sand. Seeing this, the police officer could not help but support Lei Ming. Tang Zheng sneered and did not comment. With a flash of his feet, he used the earth-shrinking technique and immediately closed the distance between them. The war soul's sword chopped down, the powerful aura oppressing the stones on the ground and causing them to explode. Dust and smoke rose in all directions, and then the sword light descended, cutting through the smoke and dust, slashing towards Lei Ming's neck. Lei Ming shouted loudly as the chain flew out and wrapped around the war soul's sword, blocking the attack. Then, with a tap of his foot on the ground, he quickly retreated backwards, and with another tap of his foot, he shot out like an arrow leaving the bow, madly fleeing. Not far away was a small forest. As long as he escaped into this forest, he could easily hide his tracks. As long as he escaped this calamity, it would not be too late for him to take revenge in the future. At that time, he would definitely kill all the people related to Tang Zheng and let him know the consequences of going against him. Lei Ming, seeing that the other party had already escaped over 100 meters away, as if there was wind beneath his feet, Tang Zheng did not chase after him. With a wave of his hand, the chain wrapped around the war soul's sword flew out, quickly and accurately shooting towards Lei Ming's back. Hearing the strong wind coming from behind him, Lei Ming hurriedly dodged to the side. However, his speed was still a bit slower than the speed of the chain. With a poochie sound, a bright red flower bloomed on his arm. His arm was cut by the sharp blade. Chapter 562. Lei Ming screamed miserably, but he did not care about the pain. He grabbed his arm and saw that the blood flowing out of the wound had already turned black, and like a small snake, many black lines spread out from the wound to the other parts of his body. He was so scared that his face was drained of blood. He knew too well how powerful his weapon was. There was no cure for this poison. Moreover, the poison would follow his blood vessels and spread to his 8 extraordinary meridians. Soon he would die suddenly. Furthermore, he did not have the antidote. I can't die, I can't die. He was like a sieve, shivering as he stuck his arm above his head, trying to stop the blood from flowing. However, it was futile, and the poison was spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. The others watched from afar as he was scared out of his wits. They were truly curious. Tang Zheng and Wu Qiue's eyes flashed at the same time as they ran towards Lei Ming. When they saw Lei Ming's wound, the two of them looked at each other and immediately understood why he was so afraid. It turned out that the weapon was poisoned, if not for the fact that he had cultivated the primal chaos Vajra mantra, he would have been injured by the weapon just now. Then, his death would have been too unjust. The true masters of the martial arts world disdained to use poison. After all, it was not a righteous method. Moreover, those masters were very confident in their skills. Why would they use poison and lower their status? However, Lei Ming was different. He was a man of the underworld. He only wanted to survive, so he was willing to do anything. He was probably very proud of himself for smearing poison on his weapon. However, this incident reminded Tang Zheng and Wu that if they met an enemy in the future, they had to be on guard against them using poison. Otherwise, if they failed miserably, they would suffer a huge loss. In addition, Tang Zheng also thought of something. Was there an omnipotent antidote pill in this world that was like a universal key that could remove or suppress most poisons? This would play a huge role in times of need, just like how the pill refined by the witch clan elder could suppress the poison of the miasma in the 10,000 huge mountains, thus ensuring that people could pass through the miasma on their own. In the future, I must carefully think about the matter of the antidote elixir. Tang Zheng silently noted this down. Lei Ming saw that the poison in the wound was spreading rapidly, and he knew that he would die soon. Suddenly, a determined look flashed across his face. He grabbed the arm and pulled hard. Puchi, blood splattered everywhere as he tore off his arm. He was in so much pain that his eyes rolled back. Everyone else's heart tightened. This Lei Ming was really ruthless. If he could be so ruthless to himself, he wouldn't have the slightest bit of mercy to others. Tang Zheng couldn't help but rejoice that he had pretended to be weak and lured the snake out of its hole. Otherwise, if Lei Ming had escaped, Tang Zheng would have to face a lot of trouble in the future. But he originally didn't want to interfere with this poisonous snake. All of this was caused by the Song family's interference. Therefore, Tang Zheng's resentment towards the Song family deepened. He absolutely couldn't let Qin Lao leave. He had to make the Song family pay the price for this operation. The intense pain caused Lei Ming's face to twist, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw that the blood flowing out of the wound had turned black. This meant that the poison had spread to the internal organs of his body. Suddenly, his face turned ashen. He had endured the pain of losing his arm, but he was a step too late. Immediately, he began to twitch nonstop. He fiercely glared at Tang Zheng and hysterically roared, "Tang Zheng, I won't let you go. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Humph, this is you seeking your own death. You only have yourself to blame. If it wasn't for my strength being above others, I would have already died by your hands. Since you're in this line of work, you should understand the principle of the weak being prey to the strong. You took the initiative to start this war, so you should be aware of the consequences." Tang Zheng coldly said, "I refuse to accept this. It was clearly the Song family who wanted to deal with you. They wanted to seize the ordinary balance's territory. Why am I the one who died?" Suddenly, Lei Ming let out a mournful scream. His body stood tall and then suddenly stiffened. It was as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out. He heavily fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Tang Zheng's eyes didn't have the slightest bit of pity. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Tang Zheng had long since learned this principle, but when he heard Lei Ming's last sentence, his eyelids jumped, and he muttered to himself, "So even if I didn't make a move against the ordinary balance courtyard, the Song family had already decided to deal with me. Moreover, they had started with the ordinary balance. If I really let them control the underground world of the ordinary balance, then wouldn't the people related to me be in trouble?" He rejoiced a bit. He had made the first move and gained the upper hand. Then he had seized the initiative step by step, causing the other side to not have time to carry out their plans before they were crushed by him. He believed that after this matter, there wouldn't be any power near the ordinary balance who would dare to stir up trouble in the ordinary balance. It doesn't matter if you don't accept it, because from the moment you colluded with the Song family, you were already destined to be cannon fodder. Tang Zheng calmly said, "Even if the other side had taken the initiative and succeeded, they would definitely have suffered a blow from Tang Zheng, and Lei Ming would have to bear the brunt of Tang Zheng's anger." So, from the beginning, Lei Ming had been pushed out by the Song family to die as a shield. But it was a pity that Lei Ming didn't understand Tang Zheng's strength. He was completely blinded by the benefits promised by the Song family. Only then did he attract this disaster. Marshall glanced at the calm and collected Tang Zheng. Her heart was slightly moved. He seemed to be more and more like her master. He killed decisively and was absolutely not merciful to the enemy. She didn't feel afraid. On the contrary, she was somewhat happy and gratified. A tiger father wouldn't have a dog son. If her master knew about this matter, he would definitely be very happy. Of course, her anger towards the Song family was becoming more and more intense. She could hate Tang Zheng and even ruthlessly cut him a few times, but she didn't want others to deal with him. If it was in the past, she would have already used the strength of the martial sect to brutally attack the Song family. But now that the martial sect had fallen apart, she no longer had any power or manpower in her hands. She could only silently remember this matter in her heart and wait for the right time to give the Song family a fatal blow. She had to let the Song family know the consequences of daring to deal with Tang Zheng. The two of them walked back to the front of the policeman. All of them had expressions of fear on their faces. Even though they had seen a lot of things and had even caught a lot of criminals, they still felt fear when facing a person of Tang Zheng's level. Moreover, he seemed to have no fear in his heart. Even though he had killed Lei Ming in front of everyone, he wasn't in a hurry to escape. Instead, he looked at them with interest. Could it be that killing Lei Ming wasn't enough for him, and he still wanted to kill all of the witnesses? Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. It was as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The coldness was bone-piercing as they looked at Tang Zheng with pale faces. What are you going to do? The police officer's lips were trembling as he stammered and asked fearfully. The trace of luck in his heart had already disappeared. This person even dared to kill Lei Ming, let alone them. Tang Zheng looked at him coldly and said, "If it wasn't for the fact that you're wearing this skin, you would have accompanied him as well. In the future, if you do anything bad, your duty is to protect the common people, not to protect them. You understand?" When the other party heard that he could live, he was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Understood, understood. We will definitely turn over a new leaf and do our duty to protect the common people." Tang Zheng coldly snorted, turned around, and left. The witch clan warriors also followed, and the two cars sped away like lightning. "Sai, you haven't untied me yet. I can't move." The police officer shouted in panic, but the car had already gone far away. At the intersection of the highway, the two cars stopped. Tang Zheng instructed Tang Zheng to send his clansmen back to the ordinary balance. There were too many people, and the target was too big. If there was a mishap, no matter who lost, Tang Zheng's heart would ache. "Lord Envoy, this place is dangerous. We will stay by your side to protect you," Yi Yuan insisted. Tang Zheng laughed and said, "No one can hurt me in this jade sand. Don't worry, bring your clansmen back. Lin Hu, arrange for them. These people will be escorting our businesses in the future." Lin, who still had not recovered from his shock. Even though he had followed Tang Zheng for a few days, he had not experienced many major events, so he did not have a thorough understanding of Tang Zheng's style. After experiencing this matter, he truly understood that Tang Zheng's realm was far from what he could imagine. Many of the rules and difficulties that he thought to be difficult were not even worth mentioning in front of Tang Zheng. "Young Master Tang, Lei Ming is already dead. What are you still doing in jade sand?" Lin Hu took a deep breath and asked curiously. "Lei Ming is just a small character. Qin Lao is the big fish. Only by taking care of this big fish will the Song family feel pain. Otherwise, the Song family will still do these small actions in the future," Tang Zheng said with a faint smile. Lin Hu seemed to understand. However, Wu understood. Now that Tang Zheng no longer had the backing of the Ye family, and also had the identity of a cultivator, the Song family was so unbridled. Since he didn't have a backer, then he would be his own backer. After hurting the Song family, he would know that he was afraid and wouldn't do these small actions again. Of course, the Song family would definitely hate Tang Zheng to death, and would definitely think of ways to deal with Tang Zheng. However, the Song family would not play this kind of small trick again, because small tricks were always difficult to use and would not be able to shake Tang Zheng. Furthermore, small tricks could easily cause Tang Zheng to take revenge, and the Song family had a large business and many people. If Tang Zheng wanted to take revenge, it would be too easy, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Tang Zheng and Do Wu both understood this logic. Seeing the carriage of people leave, Tang Zheng and Wu returned to the car. Tang Zheng did not let Wu go back. because he knew that the other party would definitely not leave, and he could not order him to leave. "Where are we going now?" Wu asked. Lei Ming said that this big fish is hiding at the provincial party's secretary's place. "Of course, we have to pay a visit to this governor," Tang Zheng said with a smile. He started the car and sped towards his destination. At this moment, Yu Sha was in an uproar. The news of Lei Ming's death was like a spring breeze blowing through the streets and alleys. However, many people did not know the specific details. Only a few related personnel knew. As for the witnesses, they were all ordered to keep their mouths shut. Chapter 563. The Provincial Committee's courtyard was filled with the most powerful people in the province. The security was tight, and ordinary people would not be able to break in at all. However, to Tang Zheng and Wu, this was not a problem at all, because the two of them were not ordinary people. They did not walk through the main door, but instead found a remote corner of the courtyard wall, and with a leap, they quietly entered the courtyard. Qin Lao was hiding under the protection of the provincial party secretary, so naturally, Tang Zheng would not be the slightest bit afraid, but he would be even more cautious. However, it was not easy to find a person in this large courtyard. He had to find someone and ask which house the provincial party secretary lived in. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened. The night had become the best protective clothing for the two of them. Even if a few groups of guards patrolled past them, they did not discover them. Suddenly, a person walked out from a building. Tang Zheng leaped up like a black elf. He immediately arrived behind the other party and covered the other party's mouth. Tang Zheng was shocked. This person actually knew martial arts, but he was not worried. How could an ordinary person be his opponent? So he grabbed the other person's wrist and suddenly used force. The other person's attack disappeared without a trace. Tang Zheng was shocked. This person actually knew martial arts, but he was not worried. How could an ordinary person be his opponent? So he grabbed the other person's wrist and suddenly used force. The other person's attack disappeared without a trace. The other party did not panic, but was instead calm and composed. With a lift of his long leg, he kicked towards the lower half of Tang Zheng's body. "Damn, you're going to cut off my happiness for the rest of my life." Tang Zheng stared at him. This person's attack was really fierce, but in the end his opponent's strength was not as good as Tang Zheng's, so he still managed to resolve the crisis first. With a twist of his body, the other party spun like a top and turned around, facing Tang Zheng. When he saw this person's face, Tang Zheng was shocked. He immediately released his hand and asked, "Sister Mei, why is it you?" This person was actually Lu Qingmei. No wonder her counterattack was so sharp. After all, she was a cultivator. Lu Qingmei also opened her eyes wide, looked at Tang Zheng in surprise, and asked, "My family lives here, of course I'm here. More importantly, why are you here? When did you come to Jade Sand? Why didn't you contact me?" There was a hint of coquettishness in her voice. "You're home." As if waking up from a dream, Tang Zheng slapped his head. He was really an idiot. He had actually forgotten that she was the daughter of the governor. Why did he bother to ask other people? Wasn't she very familiar with this place? Lu Qingmei glared at him bitterly. She knew that he wouldn't come here for no reason. This time, he definitely wasn't here to look for her, but for something more important. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After the winter break, she didn't stay in the capital alone. Instead, she returned to Yusha under her father's persuasion. Because she was not on good terms with her father, she rarely returned home. But this time, her father persuaded her again and again. In addition, the relationship between Lu Qingmei and Tang Zheng had improved by leaps and bounds. She was in a good mood, so she agreed to her father's request. "What are you doing here?" Lu Qingmei looked suspiciously at the marshal behind Tang Zheng and frowned. "I'm here to find someone." "Who?" A member of the Song family hiding in the provincial party committee secretary's house. Tian Shuji's house. Lu Qingmei was very astonished. As the second in command of the province, her father had a lot of friction with the first in command, Tian Shuji. Moreover, both sides lived in the same provincial party committee courtyard, so of course they would understand each other. She was more clear than Tang Zheng on the power of a provincial party committee secretary. So when she heard that Tang Zheng was going to his house to find a member of the Song family, she immediately became vigilant. Why are you looking for that person? Kill him. Ah. Lu Qingmei turned pale with fright and almost cried out. She immediately covered her mouth and fearfully said, "Why do you want to kill him? Moreover, you're too daring. You dare to charge into the provincial party committee secretary's house and kill him." Tang Zheng was expressionless as he firmly said, "This person must be killed." You. Lu Qingmei speechlessly rolled her eyes. She knew that since he had already made up his mind, it would be useless for her to persuade him. Tang Zheng was such a person. He could be muddle-headed over small matters, but he would never change his mind because of a person's words. If it was in the past, Lu Qingmei would definitely shout and forcefully stop Tang Zheng when she heard that he wanted to kill someone. But now that she was also a cultivator, many of her views had subtly changed. Moreover, she knew that Tang Zheng was not a bloodthirsty person, so this person must be a threat to him. You're going to rush in and kill that person in front of Tian Shuji? Lu Qingmei curiously asked. Tang Zheng nodded. At this time, Lu Qingmei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She stretched out her slender finger and tapped Tang Zheng's forehead as she angrily said, "You're too careless. Although I don't know what the reason is, you absolutely can't rush in and kill someone. This will cause a huge uproar. If I don't do this, could it be that I have to wait for a long time and wait for the governor to leave home before I take action? A long night is fraught with problems. I don't want to delay," Tang Zheng helplessly said. Lu Qingmei smiled. Her eyes rolled as she proudly said, "I say you're smart, but sometimes you're really stupid. You don't have a way, but I have a way. You must know that this is my territory. Is it okay?" Tang Zheng was half believing and half doubtful. Lu Qingmei glared at him and said, "You don't believe me, right? Just wait for me. Just now I saw that Tian Shuji has already returned home. In a moment I'll have him leave home, and then you can take action." Seeing her solemn vow, Tang Zheng no longer doubted her and nodded to show that he understood. It was better to avoid trouble. If he could quietly kill Qin Lao, then there was no need to make a big fuss. Lu Qingmei was overjoyed as she said, "Just wait for me. Watch me. Wait for me for a moment. I'll be right out." Finished speaking, she directly returned home. Governor Lu sat on the sofa reading the newspaper. Seeing his daughter return, he curiously raised his head and asked, "Qingmei, didn't you say you wanted to go out and get some fresh air? Why did you come back?" "There's something I need to do. Whatever it is, we'll talk about it tomorrow. You should rest well today. I've already made an appointment with your Uncle Yang to eat together tomorrow. Xiao Yu finally came back from abroad. Tomorrow you two should meet. You're both young and should interact with each other. You're not young anymore." Governor Lu solemnly said. Lu Qingmei's expression suddenly changed as she said, "Didn't I just say it? If you want to go, then go by yourself. I don't want to go." Don't think that I don't understand that this is a disguised blind date. I've already told you that I already have a boyfriend. Governor Lu's expression sank as he said, "What boyfriend? You're still talking about that student of yours, right?" "Nonsense. I've already told you time and time again that you and him won't end up together. Xiao Yu came back from abroad, and not only did he study abroad, he also worked abroad for many years. He's mature, and steady. This time he came back to start his own business. This is a true young talent. He's much better than that whatever student of yours. Lu Qingmei curled her lips and retorted, Tang Zheng is much better than him. It's just that you're looking at people through colored glasses and turning a blind eye to it. Isn't it just the top scorer of the college entrance examination? Ordinary people would think that the top scorer of the college entrance examination is amazing, but I've seen too many of them. They only know how to study and may not have much success in the future. I've seen many top scorers enter society and become mediocre. Governor Lu said disapprovingly, Can we not talk about this matter? I'm looking for you for business. Didn't you say today that you wanted to talk to Tian Shuji about something? Since you're free tonight, why don't you ask him out to talk about business? Lu Qingmei slyly winked as she suggested. Governor Lu was surprised. He looked at his daughter curiously and asked, Why did you think of this matter? I suddenly thought of it. You've never cared about my work before. Governor Lu looked at her like she was an alien. Can I care about it now? Governor Lu was overjoyed. His daughter cared about his work. This meant that there was hope for the relationship between father and daughter to improve. Qingmei, I'm really happy. If you're happy, then why don't you go talk about business? Otherwise, who knows how many people will come to pay their New Year's greetings during the day. It's only at night that we can have some peace and quiet. It's the perfect time to talk about business. Presumably, Tian Shuji is also in the same situation. Governor Lu laughed. Good. Since my daughter has ordered, then of course I won't dare to disobey. I'll go to Tian Shuji's house right now. What are you going to do at his house? Isn't it better to go outside and find a quiet place? A home is a place to live, not an office. Governor Lu didn't suspect anything. He nodded happily and said, That makes sense. I'll go ask him out immediately. Then I'll go out and take a walk. Watching Lu Qingmei walk out of the house, Governor Lu smiled and muttered to himself, After all, my daughter has grown up and knows how to be considerate of me. For her happiness, I can't let her be with that student. Tomorrow's appointment with Old Yang is imperative. After she compares Xiaoyu and that student, she'll naturally know who's better and who's worse. Lu Qingmei came back. She was like a child who had presented a treasure. She hid in the shadows with Tang Zheng. She pointed to a house not far away and said, Tian Shuji's house is there. Let's wait for a while. He'll leave the house, and then we can take action. Tang Zheng curiously asked, How did you do it? Lu Qingmei proudly raised her head and proudly said, I have my own plans. After pausing for a moment, she looked at Marshall and asked, How did she come to your side? She knew Marshall and knew that she came from the mysterious Marshall organization. She was the natural enemy of Cultivators. Marshall heard this and glanced at her. She didn't say a word. It was as if she didn't put Lu Qingmei in her eyes. She'll stay by my side for the time being, but don't worry about her. She's no longer a member of the Marshall organization, so she won't be a threat to us. Tang Zheng explained. Lu Qingmei seemed to understand, but she still didn't have a good expression. She tightly held onto Tang Zheng's hand and stared at the target building. She was both nervous and curious. Ever since she started cultivating, she hadn't had the chance to carry out a mission with Tang Zheng. So this was the first time she felt that it was fun, and she was looking forward to it. She didn't know what kind of situation she would face later. In the past, it was always him who protected me. This time I can help him. I'm really happy. She silently thought. After a moment, her expression suddenly became cold as she said, Tian Shuji has left home. A person walked out, got into a car, and left. Move. The three of them came out again. Go knock out the nanny, so that she won't hear anything. Tang Zheng said to Marshall, I'll go. I can handle such a small matter. Lu Qingmei volunteered. Tang Zheng pondered for a moment and nodded. Be careful. Don't let her see your face. Just knock her out. Don't take her life. Don't worry. I promise to complete the task. Lu Qingmei gently patted her chest. She was full of confidence. After a moment, Lu Qingmei left. The nanny had already fainted on the sofa in the living room. Tang Zheng gave Lu Qingmei a thumbs up. Then, the three of them walked straight to the end of the corridor without making a sound. Dong dong. Tang Zheng gently knocked on the door. Just now, the nanny did this. Sure enough, Qin Lao's voice came from the room. Come in. Tang Zheng casually opened the door and walked in. Qin Lao was eating supper. He subconsciously turned his head. He thought it was the nanny, but when he saw Tang Zheng and the other two, he was stunned. But his reaction was extremely fast. He immediately got up and rushed to the window. Qin Lao was not clear about what happened in the Lei Ming family. This was because he was not well informed in Yusha. When Lei Ming died, no one came to inform him, so he openly stayed in Tian Shuji's house. Moreover, he was in the mood to eat supper. Otherwise, if he knew that Tang Zheng came to Yusha and Lei Ming died, he would definitely leave Yusha and return to Beijing. These few days, he had already planned everything with Tian Shuji. He had two plans to deal with Tang Zheng. One was in the dark, and the other was in the light. Lei Ming was in the dark, while Tian Shuji was in the light. Lei Ming gathered the underground world to retaliate against Tang Zheng. Tian Shuji used the government's policies and methods to deal a heavy blow to Tang Zheng's industry. With two approaches at the same time, it was guaranteed that Tang Zheng would be badly battered and suffer. Since Secretary Tian was a regional official, of course, he had his own backing. However, he didn't mind having the Song family as his backing. Moreover, the Song family's performance during this period was particularly eye-catching. Many people knew that the Song family was bound to rise and even surpass the Yan family. If they were to rely on them now, when the Song family soared in the future, they would be greatly benefited. It was not an extravagant hope for them to reach a higher level and enter the highest level of power in the country. Moreover, in Tian Shuji's view, Tang Zheng was insignificant. This was because the things that Tang Zheng did were very secretive. Ordinary people would not know the inside story, let alone his ability. When Qin Lao saw Tang Zheng, he knew that he did not come with good intentions. Since Tang Zheng dared to come here, he definitely did not come here to chat. He came here to kill. After experiencing the ordinary balance courtyard incident, Qin Lao had already recognized the cruel reality. Tang Zheng had risen in a short period of time and had completely surpassed him. He was able to kill the Chu family's patriarch, not completely by luck. If he were to face him, he would definitely not be able to gain any advantage. Therefore, when Qin Lao saw Tang Zheng, he did not say anything and directly rushed to the window, preparing to escape. But how could Tang Zheng let him get what he wanted? He used the earth-shrinking technique and arrived first, blocking in front of the windowsill. The war soul sword directly greeted the other party. Qin Lao was aghast and hurriedly dodged. A cold light flashed in his hand, and he also revealed his weapon. A long sword that shone with a cold light fiercely trembled. Like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, it instantly blossomed into sword flowers and blocked in front of Battle Soul. Both of them were experts in using the sword. Old Man Qin had seen the sword technique of the famous sword god before, so he had a unique understanding of the way of the sword. Therefore, when he first saw Tang Zheng use the heaven-flying immortal sword technique, he knew that this sword technique was exceptionally exquisite. It even surpassed the sword technique that he had practiced for many years and coveted it. Now that he was fighting with Tang Zheng, he did not hold back at all and used all his skills. Qin Lao's sword technique was not very fast, but it was very accurate. Every move and every style was targeted, greeting Tang Zheng's vital points. How could Tang Zheng be afraid of him? In terms of the way of the sword, Qin Lao's sword technique was not even 1/10,000th of the heaven-flying immortal's sword technique. Thus, when faced with Old Man Qin's attacks, Tang Zheng was able to deal with them with ease. Move by move, he counterattacked. Suddenly, the house was filled with sword images, and the sword wind was biting cold. The house suffered, as the roof and walls were riddled with holes, as if they had been chiseled by knives and axes. The furniture was also reduced to piles of debris. Marshall stared at Tang Zheng. A battle of this level was quite beneficial to her. If she had the chance, she could also comprehend a lot of essence, which would be of great benefit to her cultivation. She stood at the door, and the sharp sword wind disappeared without a trace in front of her, unable to hurt her in the slightest. Lu Qingmei was obviously not as calm as Marshall. Although she was also a cultivator, she rarely saw this kind of battle, especially when it was so intense. If she was not careful, she would lose her life. The nervousness in her heart could be imagined. She clenched her fists tightly, and her palms were already sweating. Tang Zheng won't be in danger, right? Lu Qingmei probed in a low voice. Marshall glanced at her and did not say a word. Lu Qingmei curled her lips and thought to herself, "What are you being so arrogant for? I will definitely surpass you in the future." Moreover, a woman shamelessly followed by a man's side, who knew what she was up to. As a woman, she naturally did not want to see a woman following by her beloved's side. Moreover, this woman was not only skilled, but also very beautiful. This threat was too great. Unknowingly, Tang Zheng had already gradually gained the upper hand. The exquisiteness of the heaven-flying immortal sword technique was displayed incisively and vividly. This made Qin Lao realize that he had underestimated this sword technique. He was filled with regret. At that time, if he was not afraid of the master behind Tang Zheng, he would have killed this brat and seized this sword technique. Then, his cultivation would definitely have reached a higher level. How would he have suffered this calamity of killing a monk? "Tang Zheng, you really want to kill me?" Qin Lao unwillingly asked in a cold voice. "Since I am already here, if I don't take your life, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Moreover, Lei Ming and his son are already dead. They are waiting for you on the road to the Yellow Springs. Since you are conspiring to deal with me, then let's be companions on the road to the Yellow Springs." Tang Zheng said with killing intent. Qin Lao's heart trembled as he exclaimed, "You already killed them?" Tang Zheng coldly laughed and did not reply. However, the answer was beyond doubt. Qin Lao was filled with regret. When Lei Ming volunteered to deal with Tang Zheng, Qin Lao tacitly agreed. He even knew that the other side would not succeed. He only wanted to give Tang Zheng some trouble. However, he did not expect that Tang Zheng's reaction would be so fierce and so fast. He directly killed his way to Yu Sha. Not only did he take the lives of the father and son pair, he also did not want to let him go. "I am a member of the Song family. If you kill me, you will be in great trouble." Qin Lao repeated the same old words as he threatened. Tang Zheng disdainfully laughed and said, "I will kill you to show the Song family that I, Tang Zheng, am not to be trifled with. First, I will kill you, this old dog of the Song family. Then they will naturally know the pain." Qin Lao's face was deathly pale. This time, he was definitely going to die. However, he was unwilling. Suddenly, he let out a loud roar. His long sword lit up with a bright light, just like the sun. His hair and beard stood up, and his wrinkled face suddenly flushed red. His entire body swelled up, and his bones crackled. In an instant, he actually grew a few centimeters taller. Holding the sword with both hands, the long sword's light greatly increased. It was as if the long sword had become longer and wider. A powerful sword wind rose from the ground and wrapped around the long sword. The momentum was shocking. "Kill!" Qin Lao roared. His body and the long sword seemed to become one as he charged towards Tang Zheng. The strong wind blew. Tang Zheng was like a small boat in the middle of a vast ocean. It was as if he would be torn to pieces by the strong wind at any time. Tang Zheng did not move. Instead, he quietly closed his eyes and stabbed out with his sword. It was very ordinary, like a child casually poking a tree branch. However, when the war soul's sword pierced into the strong wind was immediately torn apart. The two swords fiercely collided with each other. Kacha! The long sword was shattered. The war soul's sword went straight in. Puchi! Chapter 565. The war soul's sword pierced through Qin Lao's heart, and blood flowed out along the blade. Qin Lao's eyes instantly dimmed, his facial features twisted, almost squeezing together, and his face became as pale as paper. He lowered his head with difficulty, looked at his chest, and said in disbelief, "I actually died in the hands of a brat like you. This is you courting death. If you didn't come to ordinary balance, you old dog could still struggle at death's door for a few more days. However, don't worry, you go first. I will definitely send the Song family down to accompany you." Tang Zheng said calmly. Puff! Qin Lao spat out a mouthful of blood. His life was rapidly fading away. "You still want to deal with the Song family? Tang Zheng, you will definitely die miserably. Young Master and Patriarch will not let you off." Qin Lao gnashed his teeth, weakly spitting out ruthless words. Tang Zheng chuckled. "Then you should clearly see who will die and who will live in the end." With that, the war soul's sword pulled back, causing blood to spurt out, but it automatically fell in front of Tang Zheng, as if it was blocked by an invisible wall. Qin Lao's head tilted, and he completely lost his life, falling to the ground with a loud bang, blood flowing all over the ground. Lu Qingmei covered her mouth, resisting the urge to scream. Her legs went soft, and she hurriedly supported herself against the wall, not falling to the ground. Although she had already imagined the result, seeing the murder with her own eyes still made her heart skip a beat. After all, she was just an ordinary person before, and seeing this scene for the first time, anyone would have a process of adapting. Marshall was indifferent, but in her heart, she seemed to have understood something. These two people's cultivation was higher than hers, so seeing this life and death battle, she still had some gains. "Tang Zheng, you killed him. What should we do now?" Lu Qingmei asked in a daze. Tang Zheng held her hand and said, "Let's leave this place first. Tonight, the provincial committee courtyard will definitely be very lively." Lu Qingmei hurriedly nodded, eager to leave this place as soon as possible. There was no doubt that when Tian Shuji returned and saw this scene, he would definitely be furious and thoroughly investigate the murderer. Of course, no one would suspect Tang Zheng. Even if they did, they wouldn't have any evidence and couldn't do anything to him. "Let's go quickly." "I'll drive," Lu Qingmei urged. The few of them left the small building without leaving any traces behind. Then Lu Qingmei went home and drove her car. The three of them immediately left the courtyard of the provincial party committee. After a while, the security personnel who heard the fighting rushed into the building. When they saw the person lying in a pool of blood, they were scared out of their wits. This was the home of the secretary of the provincial party committee, the most powerful person in this place. Someone had died in his home. This was going to cause a big earthquake. Who knew how many people would lose their jobs because of this? Of course, Tang Zheng wouldn't care about these things. The three of them had already arrived at the five-star hotel and booked 2 rooms. Just now, Lu Qingmei was trembling all the way. In the end, it was Tang Zheng who took over her driving and safely arrived at the hotel. Marshall was sent to the next room by Tang Zheng. Then, he helped Lu Qingmei to sit on a chair. He patted the back of her hand and comforted her. "Don't worry, you'll get used to it in the future." Lu Qingmei took a deep breath and stared at him in a daze. She nervously asked, "Am I very useless? So scared?" Caressing her cheek, Tang Zheng encouraged her. "Idiot, you are already very brave. You have always been a brave girl." I saw that she didn't have the slightest reaction just now. She was indifferent. I'm far inferior to her. Lu Qingmei pointed to the next room and said. Tang Zheng laughed out loud. "She is different from you. She has lived in this kind of circle since she was young, so she is already used to it." Seeing that the person she loved did not mind, Lu Qingmei squeezed out a smile and said, "I will definitely work hard in the future. I will definitely not be a burden to you. I will be your right-hand man. I will not let you take the risk alone." Tang Zheng felt warmth in his heart as he tightly hugged her in his arms. Lu Qingmei was as docile as a kitten as she laid in his arms. She raised her head and looked at his hard face. Her heart felt hot as she took the initiative to kiss him. After experiencing the thrilling scene just now, the fear in her heart vanished into thin air in this passionate kiss and transformed into endless passion. She became particularly proactive and soon sat on top of Tang Zheng. If it was Tang Zheng who was sitting on the chair, she passionately unbuttoned Tang Zheng's clothes. Tang Zheng was not to be outdone and fought back desperately. The temperature in the room quickly rose as the two met passionately. The chair creaked as if it could not bear the two's torture and was about to fall apart at any time. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, the phone rang. "Your phone is ringing," Tang Zheng panted as he reminded her. Lu Qingmei breathed out like orchids. She hung on to Tang Zheng like a pile of mud and said, "Don't worry about the phone." But the phone seemed to want to waste time with them. After pausing for a few seconds, it rang again. Clearly, the other party had a persevering spirit. Who is calling? They really don't know how to pick the time. They really ruin a good thing. Tang Zheng cursed. Lu Qingmei also stopped what she was doing and looked at Tang Zheng with hidden bitterness. "You answer it. Otherwise, if it keeps ringing, I will have a shadow in my heart when I do this in the future," Tang Zheng advised. Lu Qingmei could not help but laugh. She tapped the tip of Tang Zheng's nose and said, "Wait." She was about to pull away to get the phone. "I'll carry you there." He hugged her, and the two were still intimately joined together. When they came to the phone on the bed, Tang Zheng mischievously moved his body a few times, causing her to cry out in alarm. She hugged his shoulders with all her strength and cooperated with his naughty actions. "Shoo, it's my dad. Don't mess around." Lu Qingmei hurriedly restrained Tang Zheng and whispered. Seeing her cautious appearance, Tang Zheng could not help but smile and nod. "Hello, what's the matter?" Lu Qingmei took a deep breath and resisted the violent fluctuations in her heart. She pretended to be calm and asked, "Qingmei, where are you?" An anxious voice came from the phone. "I'm outside. I won't be going back to sleep tonight." How could Lu Qingmei let go of this opportunity to be alone with Tang Zheng? "Not coming back. Then where are you going?" "I'm already an adult. How can I not find a place to rest?" "You don't need to ask." "Qingmei, there was a murder in our courtyard tonight. A guest in Secretary Tian's house was killed, and the police are currently investigating, but they still don't know who the murderer is. These few days, Yusha isn't very peaceful, so you must be careful. If there's anything, give me a call." Also, remember the appointment tomorrow at noon. You can't let your Uncle Yang's family wait too long. When the time comes, we'll meet at the restaurant, so you must not forget. Didn't I tell you already? I won't go. Lu Qingmei impatiently said. I've already made an appointment with them. Moreover, Xiaoyu also wants to see you. Xiaoyu is very outstanding. You definitely won't be disappointed when you see him, Governor Lu sincerely said. Seeing her father pester her, Lu Qingmei looked at Tang Zheng, and her heart moved. She said, Okay, I'll go when the time comes. Tang Zheng also heard the conversation and immediately guessed that her family was forcing her to go on a blind date. He could not help but wrinkle his eyebrows and deliberately straighten his body. Lu Qingmei let out a low cry of surprise and then quickly covered her mouth. She looked at Tang Zheng flirtatiously, as if to say that he was too bad. Qingmei, what's wrong? Governor Lu heard the cry of surprise and quickly asked, Oh, nothing. I'll hang up first. Lu Qingmei resisted the waves of strange feeling and hung up the phone. She immediately hatefully stared at Tang Zheng and said, You actually played dirty. You almost caused me to be exposed. You're going on a blind date. Can't I express my opposition? Tang Zheng said. Lu Qingmei froze for a moment and then immediately let out a bell-like laughter. She blinked and mischievously asked, What, are you jealous? I'm jealous. Tang Zheng bluntly said. Lu Qingmei bit her lips. She was both surprised and pleasantly surprised as she said, I really didn't think that you would be jealous. But I'm very happy. Him being jealous means that he really likes her and cares about her. Of course, she would be very happy. Since you know that I'm going on a blind date, then aren't you afraid that I'll be seduced away by a handsome guy? Lu Qingmei deliberately asked. Tang Zheng coldly snorted and domineeringly said, You are my Tang Zheng's woman. If anyone dares to take you away, I will definitely chase them to the ends of the earth. Lu Qingmei charmingly smiled and angrily said, Rude and unreasonable. I am rude and unreasonable. Tonight, I will make sure that you won't have the heart to think about other handsome guys tomorrow. Tang Zheng's attack immediately became fierce like a storm. Lu Qingmei's screams immediately echoed in the room. When the sun was high in the sky, the two slowly woke up. Lu Qingmei laid on his chest and said, You really are bad. After sleeping, I still feel weak all over. Now, you know how powerful I am. Let's see if you still dare to think about other handsome guys. Tang Zheng said with a face full of pride. I don't want to, but I can't stand my father introducing me to other handsome guys all day long. Since you are afraid that I will be taken away by other handsome guys, then accompany me to see a handsome guy today and help me give some advice. This was the idea that she had thought of last night. Since she was going on a blind date, then she would take Tang Zheng with her. This would make the other party give up and once again confirm her relationship with Tang Zheng in front of her father. In the past, Tang Zheng was just a fake boyfriend, a shield, but now he was worthy of the name. Tang Zheng agreed, without hesitation. For his woman, of course, he had the obligation to drive away those annoying flies. However, he is an overseas returnee, very excellent. Lu Qingmei joked. So what if he is an overseas returnee? I have a sea turtle under my command. Tang Zheng disagreed. Gue Qiansui was a genuine sea turtle. You can rest assured that your man is excellent enough to blind their eyes. Hee, good. I will wait and see. You blind their eyes. Lu Qingmei was eager to try. Near noon, the two arrived at the agreed restaurant. This time, Tang Zheng had a hard time persuading Wu not to follow them. Just now, along the way, there were many armed policemen patrolling the streets. It was obvious that yesterday's incident caused the entire city to be on high alert. Chapter 566. Tang Zheng and Lu Qingmei immediately saw this person. Lu Qingmei said in a low voice, "He is Yang Xiaoyu. The Yang family and my family have been friends for generations. Back then, Uncle Yang and my father served in the army together and were comrades." "What a handsome guy," Tang Zheng said with a smile. He couldn't help but blush with shame. Why were there so many handsome guys in the world? Someone like him, who could only be considered delicate and pretty, immediately paled in comparison. The young masters of the large families were like this, and even this Yang Xiaoyu was the same. Being handsome doesn't make a living. Moreover, I think you're much more handsome than him. Lu Qingmei held Tang Zheng's hand and said while looking at him with infatuation. Yang Xiaoyu saw Lu Qingmei, and his face lit up with joy. He quickly walked over. Suddenly, his expression froze as he saw the two holding hands. However, he immediately returned to normal and walked over to greet them. "Qingmei, long time no see. I'm so happy to see you. You've become prettier again." As he spoke, he revealed a charming smile. Lu Qingmei calmly said, "Yes, long time no see. Let me introduce you. This is Yang Xiaoyu, and this is my boyfriend, Tang Zheng." Boyfriend? Although Yang Xiaoyu had already guessed a bit, when he personally heard these three words, a strange expression still flashed across his face. Lu Qingmei leaned on Tang Zheng's shoulder like a little bird and said, "Yes, my boyfriend, friend." Yang Xiaoyu resentfully said, "I really didn't think that you already had a boyfriend. Didn't Uncle Lu say that you were single? How could he know about my situation? Uncle Yang and the others must have been waiting for a long time. Let's go in first." Lu Qingmei secretly smiled proudly as she held Tang Zheng's hand and walked into the restaurant. Yang Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with disappointment as he unwillingly stared at Tang Zheng's back. He thought to himself that this person still looked very young and wasn't very handsome. Later on, I want to see just what kind of ability he has. Qingmei might have been deceived by him. Later on, I will definitely expose his true face. When the three of them arrived at the private room, there were already 3 people sitting inside. Tang Zheng recognized Governor Lu. The other 2 middle-aged men had extraordinary bearings and resembled Yang Xiaoyu. They must be his parents. Governor Lu, 3 people, turned their heads to look, but their expressions suddenly froze. Father Yang and Mother Yang's faces showed suspicion. They did not know Tang Zheng's identity. Governor Lu obviously recognized Tang Zheng, and anger flashed in his eyes. He glared at his daughter in displeasure. What nonsense! She actually brought this Tang Zheng here. She was sincerely going against him. "Uncle Yang, Auntie, Happy New Year." Lu Qingmei greeted them politely. The other party immediately smiled and said, "Qingmei, long time no see. You're becoming more and more beautiful." Lu Qingmei smiled faintly. "Thank you. Let me introduce him to everyone." Seeing that Lu Qingmei was about to introduce Tang Zheng, Governor Lu immediately realized what was going to happen. He quickly stood up and said, "Qingmei, come with me. I have something to say to you." Without any explanation, he pulled Lu Qingmei and walked out. "Sit down for a while." Lu Qingmei said to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng smiled and nodded, indicating that he was fine. In the room, the 4 people looked at each other, and the atmosphere immediately became awkward. Father Yang and Mother Yang were also smart people. From the way Lu Qingmei looked at Tang Zheng, they could already guess what was going on. They were all experienced people and naturally understood what those loving eyes meant. Yang Xiaoyu stared at Tang Zheng as if he wanted to see through him. Tang Zheng was calm and collected, completely unaffected by the other party's gaze. Yang Xiaoyu's gaze gradually became sharp. He thought that the more this person appears to be calm and indifferent, the more problems there must be. He must find a way to expose his disguise. Lu Qingmei was pulled to a corner by her father. Governor Lu looked at her seriously and asked, "Qingmei, why did you bring him here?" "He's my boyfriend. Of course I can bring him here," Lu Qingmei lightly said. "Nonsense. How many times have I told you? He's your student. Don't use him as a shield to anger me." "Who said he's a shield? He's my boyfriend. My real boyfriend." Lu Qingmei's expression became cold as she seriously said. Governor Lu suddenly stared blankly. Before, he could be sure that the two were deliberately mystifying and deceiving him, but at this moment, looking at his daughter's resolute and serious eyes, he knew that she was not lying. This meant that the two of them really did become real. The thing he was most worried about had happened. In truth, he had never put Tang Zheng in his eyes before. He thought that after the two of them were separated for a period of time, everything would naturally fade away. But how did the two of them get together again? It had only been half a year. So what exactly happened that caused the relationship between the two of them to advance by leaps and bounds? "I don't care what kind of bewitching potion that little brat gave you. In any case, there is absolutely no possibility between the two of you. I will not agree to this matter," Governor Lu resolutely said. Lu Qingmei curled her lips. She looked at him with ridicule and said, "This is my own matter. Even if you are the head of a province, even if you have great power, you have no right to interfere." Governor Lu's face was red with anger. He gasped for breath. "In short, that little brat is not worthy of you. I will let him understand the gap between you and him." "Is that so? You really think your daughter is that outstanding?" "Of course. I'm afraid it's not that he is not worthy of me. It's that I am not worthy of him. He is much more outstanding than you can imagine. He is thousands of times more outstanding than the so-called young elites in your eyes," Lu Qingmei jokingly said. How could Governor Lu believe her words? He gave a heavy snort and decided that he would make Tang Zheng eat a loss and make him recognize reality. "Let's go back. Otherwise, we'll keep them waiting." Lu Qingmei walked towards the private room with large strides. Governor Lu's face was gloomy as he followed behind her. The private room was completely silent. The three people from the Yang family were all silently observing Tang Zheng, trying to figure out his origins. Lu Qingmei naturally sat beside Tang Zheng. Governor Lu suppressed his anger and did not release it. But in the next moment, Lu Qingmei's words made him seethe with anger. He only heard Lu Qingmei smile at the Yang family couple and say, "Uncle Yang, Auntie, I haven't finished introducing you. This is my boyfriend, Tang Zheng." The other party's face immediately flashed with embarrassment. Lu Qingmei saying this meant that her attitude was very firm. That meant that this blind date was a joke, and the other party was already taken. "Hee, little Tang, where do you work?" Father Yang resisted the awkwardness and asked, "I'm still a student. I don't have a job." "Student." Father Yang was stunned for a moment. "Oh, then where are you studying for a doctorate?" "Doctorate?" Tang Zheng was slightly stunned. He immediately understood that the other party did not think of him as an undergraduate at all. But he did not want to hide it. He calmly said, "I'm still a freshman." "Freshman?" The three people from the Yang family all exclaimed at the same time. Because Lu Qingmei had already graduated from college, they preconceived that Tang Zheng was definitely not young, but they never thought that he was still a freshman. The age gap between the two was too big. Yang Xiaoyu's face was filled with joy. He was even more certain that Lu Qingmei had been deceived by Tang Zheng. What ability did a freshman have to gain Lu Qingmei's trust? It must be known that Lu Qingmei was not a teenage girl. Other than deceiving, He really could not think of any good points about Tang Zheng that could move Lu Qingmei. But Father Yang did not have such shallow thoughts. He was a businessman and had seen many people. From the first time he saw Tang Zheng, he felt a trace of an unusual temperament from him. He did not seem like a freshman at all. This strong contrast made him frown. He suspiciously looked at Tang Zheng. He really could not guess Tang Zheng's background. Yang Xiaoyu, however, thought that his opportunity had come. He proudly said, "I've seen many freshmen who are ignorant and incompetent all day long. They only know how to talk big and are especially good at deceiving girls." When Lu Qingmei heard this, she immediately frowned. These words were too obvious. Tang Zheng squeezed her hand and signaled her to calm down. He said with a smile, "Yes, this kind of student is really too hateful. But I don't have such a person around me. It seems that you have a lot of experience. Could it be that when you were a freshman, Yang Xiaoyu was furious?" He stood up and asked, "What do you mean?" "Oh, nothing. Since you brought this topic up, I'll discuss it with you." Tang Zheng shrugged and said motionlessly, "Xiaoyu, sit down." Father Yang reprimanded in a low voice. His son's life abroad was too leisurely. He was actually angered by a few words. Compared to this Tang Zheng, his shrewdness was obviously too shallow. Lu Qingmei secretly gave Tang Zheng a thumbs up. Flowers were blooming in her heart. "Since you look down on my boyfriend, then I'll let you know how powerful he is today." Lu Qingmei suddenly felt a sense of excitement. "Qingmei, he's also the #1 student. How did you meet him?" Mother Yang saw her son being deflated and hurriedly interjected. Lu Qingmei foolishly looked at Tang Zheng and said, "He was my student in high school." A teacher-student relationship. Moreover, it was a female teacher and a male student. It was even rarer than a male teacher and a female student. After all, the age gap between men and women was not small. Governor Lu suddenly had the urge to find a hole to hide in. Fortunately, Father Yang was an old friend of many years. If his colleagues in the government knew that his daughter found a student younger than her as a boyfriend, then wouldn't he be an old cow eating young grass? Where would he put his old face? He couldn't help but inwardly sigh at the misfortune of his family. The 3 members of the Yang family were greatly shocked by this news. Yang Xiaoyu's eyes revealed an undisguised anger and slight frown. Yang Xiaoyu's father originally thought that Tang Zheng's identity was not simple, but after knowing that he was Lu Qingmei's student, this guest disappeared like smoke into thin air. This was because he knew where Lu Qingmei used to teach. Although most of the students in that school were rich, the level of those rich people was still too low in his eyes. Chapter 567. When the dishes were placed on the table, everyone's wine glasses were filled, and they each drank a cup. Father Yang smiled mysteriously and winked at his son, saying, "Xiaoyu, didn't you bring back a gift for Qingmei? Why aren't you taking it out?" Yang Xiaoyu understood and hurriedly picked up a beautifully wrapped gift box from the side. He arrogantly glanced at Tang Zheng with a proud smile and said, "Qingmei, this is a New Year's gift that I specially bought for you. I hope you like it." Governor Lu saw this and smiled knowingly, praising, "Xiaoyu, you're too thoughtful. Qingmei, why aren't you thanking Xiaoyu?" Lu Qingmei wrinkled her brows and looked at Tang Zheng before shaking her head. "I'm sorry, I can't accept it." Yang Xiaoyu's expression slightly changed but quickly returned to normal and said, "Qingmei, I specially chose this for you. I'm sure you'll like it." "That's right, this is Xiaoyu's kind intentions. Qingmei, just accept it." Mother Yang also supported her son. "Qingmei, how can you be so rude? Why aren't you thanking Xiaoyu?" Governor Lu said with an unhappy expression. Lu Qingmei snorted and remained unmoved. She pouted in a fit of pique and immediately fell into an impasse. Tang Zheng gently drank a mouthful of soup and raised his head. He glanced at the gift box and calmly said, "Since you don't want it, then don't take it." Lu Qingmei was his woman, and no one could force her to accept something she didn't like. Hearing these words, Lu Qingmei's eyebrows danced in delight, but the other people's expressions greatly changed. Governor Lu stared hatefully at Tang Zheng. "This little brat really doesn't know what's good for him. Letting you sit here and eat is already giving you face, yet you still dare to mess around. This is too much." However, due to his dignity as an elder, he didn't directly scold him and restrained himself. Yang Xiaoyu, on the other hand, didn't have the same temperament and immediately exploded. "Brat, what is the meaning of this? This is my gift to Qingmei. Who are you to tell her what to do?" Tang Zheng glanced at him indifferently. He didn't like this Yang Xiaoyu from the start. This person was too arrogant and acted as if everyone else should be a head lower than him. This was the style of many nouveau riches. He could flaunt his strength in front of others, but if he wanted to do so in front of Tang Zheng and even have designs on his woman, then he really made a mistake. Before Tang Zheng could retaliate, Lu Qingmei had already impatiently retaliated. She couldn't bear to see her beloved being looked down upon and provoked like this. She immediately glared at Yang Xiaoyu and said, "Yang Xiaoyu, what kind of attitude is this? Tang Zheng is my boyfriend. He has a name, not some brat, and my boyfriend has the right to decide whether or not I accept other people's gifts." Yang Xiaoyu was suddenly startled, as if he had been hit by an invisible fist. His face turned red as he indignantly said, "Qingmei, don't be fooled by his flowery words." "Humph, I know what to do. I don't need you to remind me," Lu Qingmei unhappily said. Tang Zheng looked at Yang Xiaoyu with ridicule and of course held Lu Qingmei's hand and said, "Qingmei, it's not worth getting angry with this kind of person. Don't be angry and hurt your body. Let's eat. You don't say. The food here is pretty good." His appearance was like a spineless foodie who only cared about the taste of the food at this critical moment. However, Lu Qingmei understood Tang Zheng's thoughts. He wasn't afraid of Yang Xiaoyu. Even if there were hundreds of Yang Xiaoyu, he wouldn't be afraid. He was just worried about the relationship between the Lu and Yang families and didn't want to make the atmosphere too awkward. But Yang Xiaoyu clearly didn't appreciate it. He placed the gift in front of Lu Qingmei and said, "Qingmei, this gift is the latest handbag from LV this year. It's a global, limited edition. Many socialites use this. I specially chose this for you, unlike other people who can't even bear to give a New Year's gift." Without a doubt, this kind of luxury was the favorite of many women. But Yang Xiaoyu really didn't understand Lu Qingmei. This kind of nouveau riche style gift couldn't arouse her interest at all. Instead, it made her feel disgusted. Tang Zheng's expression was calm. He wasn't angry at all because of these words, but the other person reminded him that as Lu Qingmei's man, he really didn't give her a New Year's gift. This was really a bit of a dereliction of duty. "You're right. I really didn't prepare a gift for Qingmei. When we go back, I'll have to put in some effort to choose a gift." Tang Zheng looked at Lu Qingmei apologetically and said. Lu Qingmei's heart warmed. She held his hand and sweetly said, "No matter what you give, I'll like it." This was a public display of affection and a brazen slap in the face. She firmly rejected Yang Xiaoyu's gift, but gladly accepted Tang Zheng's gift. The difference in treatment was too big. Yang Xiaoyu felt like he had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. He said with a red face, "Qingmei, don't listen to his bragging. He's just a student. What kind of gift can he give you? My gift is worth hundreds of thousands. It's 1,000,000 times better than his." "Is hundreds of thousands very valuable? This is the jade bracelet he gave me. It's 1,000,000 times more valuable than yours." Lu Qingmei raised her hand, and a sparkling and translucent jade bracelet slid out. This bracelet, whether it was jade or jade, was of the highest quality. If it was auctioned, it would definitely be worth several million. Everyone present was either rich or noble, so they naturally had some understanding of the hot jade market. Mother Yang was especially passionate about it. Normally, the rich ladies would often study and learn from each other. With a single glance, they could tell that this was a top-quality item. Suddenly, there was complete silence. Everyone looked at Tang Zheng in disbelief. No one would believe that a student could so easily give out a gift worth over 1,000,000. Even young Xiaoyu didn't have such a large amount of money, especially since Governor Lu knew about Tang Zheng's family situation. He felt that it was a fantasy. In fact, this jade bracelet's original quality was not so good. However, after Tang Zheng refined it, it was reborn and had such an extraordinary quality. In the beginning, when Tang Zheng refined these jade items, they did not have this additional effect. It was only after his cultivation had greatly increased that he was able to refine them. Now, the jade items he refined were not as simple as simply engraving a set of arrays into them. Through the meticulous refining of the 9 revolving alchemy furnace, the material was reborn and the defensive power of these jade items was increased. This was also because when Tian Chanzi passed on the refining method to Tang Zheng, he figured it out. However, these jade items could not be considered magic weapons. They only had a little bit of Fa Li. However, this was only temporary. Tang Zheng had already decided that in the future, he would diligently study the refining technique and refine enough magic weapons to equip the people around him. Now, he already had a lot of cultivators around him, but there were too few suitable magic weapons. Without magic weapons, the strength of the cultivators would be greatly reduced. In addition, the value of this jade bracelet had far exceeded the value of the jade itself. It was far from being something that could be bought with just a few million yuan. This was what the people opposite him didn't understand. In the private room, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Governor Lu hurriedly restrained his shocked expression. He coughed and broke the silence. Come, let's drink." Yang Xiaoyu took advantage of the situation and unwillingly put away the gift. He couldn't wait to immediately throw this bag into the smelly ditch. What luxury! It was just a F**king waste. He fiercely glared at Tang Zheng, but saw the two of them looking at each other and smiling intimately. They didn't put him in their eyes at all. He couldn't help but burn with jealousy. His pupils seemed to be about to spit out fire. Father Yang was also a smart person. He didn't want to be entangled with the gift issue. He hurriedly called for them to drink. "Tang Zheng, come, let's drink a few cups." He was prepared to get Tang Zheng drunk and let him make a fool of himself in front of Lu Qingmei. He even wanted to say nonsense and reveal his true colors. Father Yang thought that after being in the business world for so many years, he could easily win against this young man in drinking. Yang Xiaoyu obviously guessed his father's thoughts. He smiled sinisterly and raised his wine cup. "Yes, how can we not drink during the new year? Tang Zheng, don't tell me you don't dare to drink?" Provocation. He didn't believe that Tang Zheng wouldn't fall for it. Sure enough, Tang Zheng raised his wine cup and said, "Okay, but I'll toast to Uncle Lu first." In Tang Zheng's eyes, the 3 people of the Yang family were insignificant. However, he didn't want to neglect Lu Qingmei's father. His grandfather had taught him to respect the old and love the young since he was young. Governor Lu looked at Tang Zheng with a complicated expression. It seemed that after half a year, he couldn't see through this young man anymore. His eyes were so deep and the temperament that occasionally leaked out made him, a superior, couldn't help but be moved. However, these were all insignificant. If Tang Zheng dared to have ideas about his daughter, then he would make a fool of himself. Governor Liu also saw through Father Yang's thoughts, but he didn't point it out. This was because his goal was the same as the other parties. He wanted to expose Tang Zheng's true colors and let his daughter know that she was wrong. Okay, but young people are the future of the motherland. How can 1 cup be enough? 3 cups. Governor Liu said. Tang Zheng's expression didn't change as he lightly nodded. Then we'll do as Uncle Liu says. After each of them drank 3 cups, the 2 of them didn't have any reaction. Governor Liu was testing them with alcohol, so of course he wouldn't have any reaction. These 300 cups were equivalent to 200 grams of white wine, and they drank it so quickly. However, Tang Zheng didn't have any reaction, which meant that his alcohol tolerance wasn't low. But this didn't matter. So what if he had a high alcohol tolerance? He would still be defeated in a tag team battle. As a result, the 3 people of the Yang family began a tag team battle. Even Mother Yang personally participated in the battle for her son's happiness. Lu Qingmei was originally going to stop them, but when she saw the faint smile on Tang Zheng's face, she knew that he was fine and didn't say anything. Since you want to trick Tang Zheng, then let's see who wins and who loses. The father and daughter of the Liu family watched as the 4 people drank cup after cup of white wine. The table was already filled with empty wine bottles. Tang Zheng's expression didn't change, but the faces of the 3 people in front of him were already as red as peach blossoms. Mother Yang was already lying on the table, and Yang Xiaoyu was swaying as if he was sitting on a boat. His tongue had also become big, and he was actually wantonly bragging about his experiences in the Western Empire, especially the glorious deeds of shuttling through the many Western beauties. Father Yang still had a bit of a wolf left in him. When he heard his son's drunken words, he inwardly cursed and looked across the table. Sure enough, Governor Liu's face was already dark. Father Yang hurriedly pulled his son back, wanting to stop him, but Yang Xiaoyu continued to boast shamelessly. Dad, let me say it. I want to let this brat know how powerful I am. Qingmei is mine. Who does he think he is? He wants to steal my woman? Dream on. As he spoke, his body swayed and fell back, bringing Father Yang with him to the ground. Governor Liu was flabbergasted. Lu Qingmei heartlessly laughed and affectionately held onto Tang Zheng's arm. Tang Zheng gently put down his wine glass and lightly said, "You're drunk so quickly? You're too weak." Chapter 568. Father Yang awkwardly stood up and helped his son into a chair before he awkwardly explained, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Xiaoyu is good at everything, but he likes to boast a little." Nonsense. But no one believed it. This was the real truth after drinking. Father Yang originally wanted to let Tang Zheng fall for it, but in the end, his son fell for it. He was really lifting a rock and smashing his own foot. Although Governor Liu's face was dark, it wasn't a big deal for a young man to be a little more open. After all, who hasn't been young before? This wasn't a fatal weakness. Father Yang and Governor Liu were well aware of this, so they didn't think that Yang Xiaoyu would be eliminated because of this. They just felt a little embarrassed. Only Lu Qingmei was the happiest. This Yang Xiaoyu looked like a decent person, but she didn't expect that his private life would be so licentious. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Bang! Suddenly, the door was pushed open, dispelling the awkwardness. Several police officers were standing at the door, and the person leading them was surprisingly Commissioner Hong, who had met Tang Zheng once at the Lei family's residence. When Bureau Chief Hong saw Tang Zheng, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He immediately took out his pistol and aimed it at Tang Zheng. The others also did the same thing. One by one, the black muzzles were aimed at Tang Zheng. It was as if he made the slightest move, they would not hesitate to pull the trigger at the same time. The people in the room immediately froze. Lu Qingmei subconsciously thought that the incident last night must have been exposed, and the police must be here to arrest Tang Zheng. She stood up without hesitation and stood in front of Tang Zheng, looking at the people who came in with vigilance, like a tigress protecting her cub. Father Yang immediately sobered up a little and looked at the scene in shock. Governor Liu recognized Bureau Chief Hong, but he did not stand up. His mind was racing as he wondered why the police were here. Moreover, they had raised their guns as soon as they opened the door. This hostile atmosphere was not normal. Could it be that the enemy was targeting him? But he was the head of a province, other than Tian Shuji, who would dare to go against him. Governor Liu's heart trembled. Wasn't Commissioner Hong one of Tian Shuji's men? Could this really be a plot against him? However, he didn't panic and asked calmly, "Old Hong, what are you doing?" Commissioner Hong's attention was completely focused on Tang Zheng from the moment he entered the door. He didn't notice the Governor Liu sitting next to him at all. When he heard this familiar voice, he was stunned for a moment. He quickly looked to the side and was shocked. It really was Governor Liu. He asked in a panic, "Governor Liu, why are you here?" Governor Liu asked with a serious expression, "Why can't I be here?" Commissioner Hong knew that he had asked the wrong question and quickly explained, "Governor Liu, we were ordered to arrest Tang Zheng. You and him." Commissioner Hong's throat was dry. He was really F***king unlucky. Why was Tang Zheng with Governor Liu? Could it be that yesterday's incident had something to do with Governor Liu? If that was the case, then it would be a fight between the higher-ups. If he got involved, then he might not even have his bones left. This pool of water was too deep. "You are here to arrest Tang Zheng?" Governor Liu and Father Yang both frowned. Wasn't Tang Zheng just a student? Why were the police mobilizing so many people as if they were facing a great enemy? It didn't seem like they were here to arrest a student. It was more like they were dealing with a murderer. Father Yang's mouth curved into a smile. This was really a turn of events. Governor Liu became serious. This situation didn't make sense at all. Could it be that this was a plot against him? People in the officialdom had to be careful at every step. It was better to be safe than sorry. So he couldn't be careless at all times. "You want to arrest him? What's the matter?" Commissioner Hong hesitated for a moment, but still said truthfully, "He killed someone." "Killed someone?" Governor Liu was shocked. He is still a student. How could he kill someone? Commissioner Hong really had the urge to find a hole to hide in. But in the face of the governor's questioning, he could only continue to say, "He killed Lei Ming and his son, as well as Tian Shuji's guests." When Governor Liu heard this, his eyes widened. He also heard a little about yesterday's incident, especially the murder case of Tian Shuji, which cast a shadow over the entire provincial party committee's compound. Many people were talking about it. He was also guessing who was so fierce that he dared to kill Tian Shuji's family. This person was too bold. Last night, he also specially called Tian Shuji to ask about it, but he didn't interfere in this matter. After all, this might involve Tian Shuji's private affairs. It would be taboo to ask too much. Tian Shuji and he were the second in command of the province. They appeared to be united, but were divided at heart. There was a lot of friction between them, but they were all controlled to a certain extent. Secretary Tian was a local tyrant. He was a local who had climbed up the ranks step by step. On the other hand, Governor Liu was an airborne tyrant. Airborne tyrants did not have as many resources as local tyrants. However, in the past few years, he had been diligent in his governance and had made the situation turn for the better. Many cadres had been recruited by him, which showed his willpower and strength. When Governor Liu heard that Tang Zheng killed these people, he subconsciously thought that it must be a conspiracy against him. Moreover, arresting people in front of him was completely to force him to be on the same side with Tang Zheng. It would make people think that all of this was ordered by him. Even if yellow mud fell from the crotch of one's pants, it was still shit. If the leaders above knew that he ordered others to commit murder, this kind of means would be the most taboo in the officialdom. In the struggle for power, there were back and forth, and there were open spears and hidden arrows. This was the rule of the game. But if someone wanted to assassinate someone, it would be breaking the rules and would be kicked out. Governor Liu's nerves immediately tensed up. His eyes were shining. He stared at Commissioner Hong and asked in a deep voice, "Do you have evidence?" "Yes, we are all witnesses." Commissioner Hong pointed to himself and then to the subordinates beside him. "We saw him kill Lei Ming with our own eyes yesterday." At this point, it was useless to deny it, so Commissioner Hong simply admitted it. Hiss! Governor Liu really wanted to suck in a breath of cold air. With so many witnesses, it was a done deal. Could it be that Tang Zheng really killed Lei Ming and his son? Was this a conspiracy? He was just a student. How could he kill people? Was someone trying to frame him? But he killed people. How could he act as if nothing had happened? This was too abnormal. Oh no, could it be that he deliberately got close to Qingmei and then got involved with me before killing people? This is equivalent to dragging me down with him. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. If it was really like this, then all of this was a big plot. It started with his daughter, and then led him step by step to jump into it. Killing Lei Ming was considered a small matter. The key was that he killed Tian Shuji's guest. This was a big matter. It could be said that Tang Zheng originally wanted to kill Tian Shuji, but he just killed the guest by mistake. Or his target was the guest. He had asked Tian Shuji out to talk about business last night. Didn't this give him a great opportunity to make his move? Therefore, it could be said that he was cooperating with Tang Zheng to commit murder. Moreover, last night, wasn't it his daughter who suggested that he ask Tian Shuji out? This was definitely Tang Zheng's idea. Shua, Governor Liu's back immediately broke out in a cold sweat. His hands under the table couldn't help but tremble. He thought that this was definitely a conspiracy, a huge conspiracy. Who knew how long this had been planned? It was too vicious. He suddenly turned his head to look at Tang Zheng. He saw that his face was expressionless and extremely calm. If a normal person were to face this kind of situation, they would have already pissed their pants. However, he was completely unaffected. This was too abnormal. There was only one explanation, and that was that he was the one who set this up. He knew that this was all a conspiracy, so he had nothing to fear. Such a ruthless heart at such a young age. Governor Liu felt that Tang Zheng was like a poisonous snake that was currently spitting out its scarlet tongue. He grabbed his daughter and pulled her to his side, then protected her. He gnashed his teeth as he looked at Tang Zheng and said, "Tang Zheng, I never thought that you would be so sinister." Tang Zheng froze for a moment. He didn't know what Governor Liu's words meant and was at a loss for what to do. "Stop acting." Governor Liu angrily shouted. Liu Qingmei looked at her father in confusion and said, "What are you saying? Don't listen to their nonsense." "Qingmei, don't say anything. I'll handle this," Governor Liu solemnly said. Liu Qingmei fiercely broke free from her father's hand and grabbed onto Tang Zheng's arm. She glared at the group of police and said, "With me here, no one can take him away." Commissioner Hong awkwardly looked at Governor Liu. The governor's daughter was stopping him, so what should he do? He scratched his head, but couldn't think of a way. He could only be a yes man and tremble as he said, "Governor Liu, this is an order personally issued by Tian Shuji." Governor Liu's entire body seemed to have been drained of energy. Since it was personally issued by Tian Shuji, then it was possible that the mastermind was him. This was directly cutting off his political life. How ruthless! If he protected Tang Zheng, then the other's plot would be even more complete, and he would be even more suspicious. As a result, he immediately stood up and said without hesitation, "No matter who it is, if they violate the law, then they must be severely punished. Arrest them." Commissioner Hong acted as if he had been granted amnesty. As long as Governor Liu didn't interfere, then everything would be easy to handle. This time he came prepared. No matter how powerful Tang Zheng was, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. "I want to see who dares." Liu Qingmei angrily roared as she protected Tang Zheng. Commissioner Hong and the others immediately stopped and looked awkwardly at Governor Liu. Governor Liu's heart was as cold as ice. His silly daughter still didn't know that she had been deceived. The more she resisted, the more she would fall into the other's trap. He made a prompt decision and shouted, "Arrest them!" "Tang Zheng, we all know that you are very powerful. If you want to resist, you can try. Look outside the window." Commissioner Hong was afraid that Tang Zheng would explode and hurt people, so he threatened. Tang Zheng walked to the window. The street was already blocked by the armed police. There were also snipers on the distant buildings. Clearly, they were guarding against him in case he resisted and escaped. Tang Zheng chuckled. "They are really well prepared." "Of course, so you should obediently allow yourself to be arrested," Commissioner Hong said proudly. "Tang Zheng, let's rush out. They don't have good intentions." Liu Qingmei said in a low voice. He knew that Tang Zheng was indeed related to this matter, so he was afraid that he would be tortured or even locked up after being caught. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. How could there be a prison in this world that could hold Tang Zheng? Tang Zheng smiled and patted her hand, saying, "This must be a misunderstanding. Since they want to catch me, then I will accompany them." Seeing that Tang Zheng was full of confidence, Liu Qingmei was startled. She knew that he would never fight a battle that he wasn't confident in, so he definitely wouldn't shoot without thinking. Chapter 569. Tang Zheng was brought out of the restaurant. The restaurant had already been cleared out and was filled with special police officers. Tang Zheng leisurely got into the police car and sped away. Liu Qingmei immediately said to her father, who had an uncertain expression on his face, "You must save Tang Zheng." Governor Liu declined to comment. After greeting Father Zhao, he dragged his daughter and left. After a while, when he returned home, he let out a long sigh. He solemnly looked at his daughter and said, "Qingmei, don't get involved in this matter. The water is too deep." Liu Qingmei was at a loss and asked, "What water is too deep?" "I suspect that Tang Zheng is a chess piece sent by someone to frame me. You have been tricked by him," Governor Liu hatefully said. The opponent was too cunning. Liu Qingmei was slightly startled. She immediately shook her head like a rattled drum and denied. "You misunderstood. Tang Zheng did not trick me. This is not a conspiracy. You have fallen too deep. You are unable to see the bigger picture. But don't worry. Using this kind of conspiracy to deal with me is too simple. You must stay home for the time being. You cannot go anywhere." "No, I have to go find Tang Zheng. The police have caught him. What if they interrogate him?" Liu Qingmei stubbornly said, "Are you trying to anger me to death? This is all a conspiracy. The enemy is using Tang Zheng and you to deal with me. The political world is dangerous. You don't understand. I will go back to the study first." Governor Liu quickly went back to the study to prepare a countermeasure. Lu Qingmei bit her lips. Her eyes kept changing. Suddenly, she angrily stomped her feet and left the house. At the same time, the atmosphere in the provincial party committee's courtyard was strange. There were many armed police patrolling the courtyard, paying attention to every detail. In particular, Tian Shuji's house was surrounded by many mobile sentries and snipers in the dark to guard against possible attacks. Tian Shuji sat in his study while Commissioner Hong stood respectfully in front of him and reported the details of the arrest. When he heard that Governor Liu and Tang Zheng knew each other and even had a meal together, his eyelids twitched violently a few times and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. Seeing his reaction, Commissioner Hong's heart violently trembled a few times. He pretended to be calm and asked, Tian Shuji, then how do we deal with Tang Zheng? Tian Shuji pondered for a moment and said, deal with it strictly according to the law. Yes, but that kid is very tight-lipped. He didn't say a word when he was in the police station. He became a mute. Commissioner Hong said, awkwardly. Tian Shuji's expression turned cold as he said, are you police officers incompetent? If the suspect doesn't confess, you can't do anything? Moreover, you saw the crime with your own eyes. Could it be fake? It's definitely not fake. It's absolutely true, Commissioner Hong hurriedly guaranteed. Then think of a way to convict him and make it an ironclad case. Yes, Commissioner Hong understood. But what about Governor Liu? Tian Shuji glared at him and said, Governor Liu is a man of principle. Why would he protect a criminal? Understood. Commissioner Hong left, and only Tian Shuji was left in the study. His expression suddenly changed, and he muttered to himself, last night he asked me out to talk about something. During that time, Qin Lao was assassinated. If he had nothing to do with this matter, then wouldn't it be too much of a coincidence? He was worried that I would get in touch with the Song family, so he would rather hire someone to kill me than let me succeed? Humph! You really think that you can compete with me just because you've been doing well these past few days and gathered a group of officials? You're thinking too simply. Qin Lao is dead, and I can't absolve myself from the blame. But as long as I punish the murderer and push the blame to you, causing you to get involved with the powerful Song family, then I won't have to do anything. You'll have to suffer the consequences. Moreover, I can still get in touch with the Song family. It's not impossible for me to go further in the future. After sorting out his emotions, Tian Shuji took a deep breath and dialed a number. This number was given to him by Qin Lao. It was the number of the young master of the Song family, Song Yu. After a few beeps, the call went through. Hello, is this young master Song? Tian Shuji asked. It's me. Who are you? Why do you have my number? Song Yu's cold voice sounded. Hello, young master Song. I'm Tian Jiayuan. It was Qin Lao who gave me this number. Song Yu immediately remembered who this person was. He smiled and said, so it's Tian Shuji. I've heard a lot about you. Qin Lao is working at your place. Tian Shuji, please take care of him. Tian Shuji smiled bitterly in his heart. He's already dead. How can I take care of him? He hurriedly said, young master Song, I've neglected my duty. Qin Lao was assassinated at my humble home last night. Qin Lao is dead. Song Yu was shocked. His voice suddenly rose a few octaves. How is that possible? Qin Lao was a Xiantian martial artist. How could an ordinary assassin be his opponent? It's absolutely true. The murderer is called Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng? Song Yu's heart violently beat a few times. In Yusha, the only one who had the ability and courage to kill Qin Lao was Tang Zheng. He originally sent Qin Lao to take drastic measures to disrupt Tang Zheng's base camp. However, he didn't expect him to die so quickly. This was a slap in the face. Song Yu's breathing involuntarily quickened. Tang Zheng, you're really good. However, Song Yu did not lose his wolf, as Tang Zheng's actions were clearly a warning to the Song family to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Song Yu was a smart person. He thought for a moment and understood the deeper meaning. Kaka, he clenched his fist nonstop. He couldn't wait to smash Tang Zheng into meat paste. Seeing that the other party didn't respond, Tian Shuji said, "We've already caught the murderer. However, I suspect that he's not the main culprit. There's someone else behind him. This person is most likely Lu Jiangqion." Lu Jiangqion? Song Yu was stunned for a moment. He instantly denied this judgment. This matter had nothing to do with Lu Jiangqion. Yes, when Qin Lao was killed, he deliberately asked me out to talk about something to create an opportunity for the assassin. Song Yu frowned. This Lu Jiangqion certainly wasn't the main culprit. However, according to Tian Jiayuan, Lu Jiangqion might not be unrelated to this matter. Song Yu couldn't do anything to Tang Zheng for the time being, but dealing with Lu Jiangqion wasn't a problem. I understand. Someone will be responsible for this. Tian Shuji was overjoyed and said, "The murderer, Tang Zheng, we will not let him go. He will definitely be severely punished by the law." Song Yu disagreed in his heart. How could Tang Zheng be so easy to deal with? Since you want to deal with him, then go ahead. He didn't say much and directly hung up the phone. Tian Shuji was overjoyed. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and turned a disaster into a happy event. This was enough for Lu Jiangqion to drink a pot of wine. Lu Qingmei found Marshall and told her about Tang Zheng's capture. He anxiously said, "Tang Zheng will definitely be tortured if he is captured. We have to think of a way to save him." Marshall remained calm and collected. He thought to himself that it would be better to let him suffer a bit so that he wouldn't bite the hand that feeds him. If he really didn't want to be caught, how could the police catch him? Marshall was not too worried. As long as it was not another powerful martial artist or cultivator that dealt with Tang Zheng, he would be able to handle it with ease and would not be in any danger to his life. Lu Qingmei preemptively said, "Maybe he was afraid of implicating me and my father. So he surrendered." Looking at her panicked appearance, Marshall sighed in his heart. He didn't know what kind of bewitching potion this brat gave this woman to make her so loyal. Fang Shishir was like this, and so was Lu Qingmei. If you want to save him, go and do it yourself. I don't have that kind of free time. Marshall crossed his arms and refused. Lu Qingmei was stunned for a moment, then said, "How can you not save him?" Marshall remained indifferent, thinking that when he was really going to die, I would naturally save him. Lu Qingmei hatefully stomped her feet and said, "If you don't save him, I will save him myself. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will not hesitate." Finished speaking, she turned around and left. Police station. Tang Zheng was shackled and locked in the interrogation room. Commissioner Hong sat opposite him and personally interrogated him. This was what Tian Shuji had told him. He did not want to leave it to others. This credit was his. Moreover, he was scared by Tang Zheng yesterday. Today, he could flaunt his strength and get back at him. Seeing Tang Zheng's eyes open, as if he was about to fall asleep, Commissioner Hong suddenly slammed the table and angrily shouted, "Tang Zheng, you better have a proper attitude. This is the police station, not your home. If you don't behave, I will take care of you." Tang Zheng opened his eyes and looked at the other party in ridicule and said, "Only if you don't have confidence would you shout so fiercely. Yesterday, when I saw you, why didn't you dare to shout?" Commissioner Hong's face turned red. Yesterday's humiliation was brought up in front of everyone. He was unable to restrain his anger and said, "Yesterday you killed people in front of everyone." Last night you sneaked into Tian Shuji's house and committed murder. Tell me honestly, who ordered you? Commissioner Hong understood Tian Shuji's intentions. This matter must be related to Governor Liu, so he asked this question to guide Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng raised his eyebrows and said, "You think I was ordered by someone?" "Yes, obediently tell me the mastermind behind this." "What if I tell you that I didn't?" "No, you are just a student, and you dare to do such a thing? Don't think that I am an idiot and will believe your nonsense." Commissioner Hong said righteously. Tang Zheng shook his head and said, "You are worse than an idiot. You." Commissioner Hong's face turned red. "Don't think that just because someone is protecting you, you can sit back and relax. The evidence is conclusive, and you cannot escape." "It seems that you still don't understand me," Tang Zheng said in ridicule. If the other party went to Ordinary Balance to investigate him, then he would not be so arrogant. What happened in Ordinary Balance was controlled to a certain extent. The Ordinary Balance's citizens did not know the details, and only a few local officials knew. Moreover, it was the Dragon Group and the National Security Bureau that issued the gag order. Therefore, even the Yusha officials did not know the details and did not know Tang Zheng's background and power. "I already know enough about you, so if you obediently tell me the truth and tell me the mastermind behind this, I can ask the judge to reduce your sentence by a few years." Commissioner Hong enticed. Chapter 570. Commissioner Hong had interrogated many people, but no one was as difficult as Tang Zheng. However, he had many means, and it was not so easy to get out after entering this door. He was preparing to use his means, but one of his men opened the door and whispered a few words in his ear. His face changed slightly, and he glared at Tang Zheng fiercely and said, "I'll deal with you later." In the office, Commissioner Hong saw Lu Qingmei. He immediately squeezed out a smile and asked, "Miss Lu, why are you here?" "What did you do to Tang Zheng? He is suspected of murder, and we are interrogating him." Although Lu Qingmei knew that Tang Zheng did kill the man, there was a reason for it. It was clear that they came to trouble Tang Zheng first and wanted to kill him. He was just defending himself. Commissioner Hong rolled his eyes and asked, "Miss Lu, what is your relationship with Tang Zheng?" "He is my boyfriend," Lu Qingmei blurted out. Bureau Chief Hong was stunned. He knew that Lu Qingmei had already graduated from university, and Tang Zheng was only in his first year of university. The age gap was too big, so he didn't think about it in this direction before. Hearing Lu Qingmei personally say these words, he did not have any doubts. Who would foolishly claim that they were in a relationship with the suspect? However, in a flash, Commissioner Hong was overjoyed. He had been looking for the connection between Tang Zheng and Lu Zhangqian so that he could tie the two together, but Tang Zheng had not said anything, so he had no way. Since Tang Zheng and Lu Qingmei were boyfriend and girlfriend, then he was related to Lu Zhangqian. Even if he could not find substantial evidence, he could make Lu Zhangqian suffer. This could be considered to have completed half of the task given by Tian Shuji. Commissioner Hong did not change his expression and continued, "Governor Liu also knows the relationship between you two?" "Of course he knows." Commissioner Hong smiled and said, "Then I understand, Miss Liu. Don't worry, we will definitely enforce the law." "I want to see him." Commissioner Hong hesitated and said, "Yes, but only for a while." Lu Qingmei was brought to the interrogation room. When she saw Tang Zheng was shackled, her eyes immediately turned red. She glared at Commissioner Hong and said, "You are too ruthless." Commissioner Hong smiled and said, "Tang Zheng's skills are extraordinary. We are worried that he will do something stupid. This is for his own good." Lu Qingmei coldly snorted and threw herself into Tang Zheng's hands. She groped and said, "How are you?" Did they do anything to you? Tang Zheng looked at her in astonishment. He did not expect her to run over. He quickly comforted her. I'm fine. Don't worry. You are already like this. How can I not worry? Suddenly, she lowered her voice and said, Originally, I wanted to ask Wu to come with me. At worst, we can escape. But that woman doesn't care about your life or death. Tang Zheng's heart warmed as he comforted her. Silly girl. Don't do anything stupid. They can't hurt me, nor can they control me. Moreover, if you really do this, you will fall into their trap. But if I don't save you, then how can you go out? Don't worry. I have my own plans. Just watch carefully. Tang Zheng said confidently. Lu Qingmei was skeptical. Miss Lu, it's time, Chief Hong urged when he saw the two of them whispering to each other. Let's go back. Tang Zheng comforted her. Then you must be careful. If someone dares to torture and extort a confession, there will not be a good result. Lu Qingmei said. Commissioner Hong's face revealed an awkward expression. Just as Lu Qingmei walked out of the police station, a car stopped in front of her. Yang Xiaoyu hurriedly got out of the car and said with concern, Qingmei, I am relieved that you are fine. Just now, I heard from my dad what happened in the restaurant. It really gave me a fright. After Yang Xiaoyu woke up and heard about the wonderful events, it was too late for regrets. He really suffered a big loss and missed such a good show. Otherwise, he would have fiercely reprimanded Tang Zheng in front of Lu Qingmei. But now it was not bad. At least Tang Zheng's disguise had been exposed, so his chance had come again. What are you doing here? Lu Qingmei asked snappily. Yang Xiaoyu said, excitedly, Qingmei, I came to protect you. I didn't expect that so many things would happen in the restaurant. As soon as I woke up, I immediately came to find you. I have already said that Tang Zheng is not a good person. He is a big liar and has bad intentions towards you. Fortunately, he has been exposed and has not caused a disaster. Lu Qingmei frowned and said, Don't talk nonsense. How am I talking nonsense? The facts are clear. He killed someone. Not only is he a liar, this kind of person should be shot. He is too hateful. Yang Xiaoyu said with righteous indignation, but he did not notice that Lu Qingmei's face had already darkened. She angrily shouted, Have you said enough? I am not in the mood to listen to your nonsense. Scram! Yang Xiaoyu was stunned, but immediately returned to normal and said, Qingmei, I know you were shocked and did not think of all this. Don't worry, I will protect you in the future. No one will be able to hurt you. As he spoke, he made a gesture to hug Lu Qingmei's shoulder. He was simply courting death. Lu Qingmei was already upset, and when she saw his actions, she immediately exploded. She kicked him in the stomach, and he flew out with a whoosh. He hit the car door with a muffled bang, and like a dead fish, he softly fell to the ground, rolling his eyes and sucking in cold air. Lu Qingmei coldly snorted and left with large strides. She could not just sit there and wait for death. She had to think of another way. After a long while, Yang Xiaoyu finally recovered and crawled up in a sorry state. He spat in the direction where Lu Qingmei disappeared and said with gritted teeth, Lu Qingmei, what are you so arrogant for? An old cow eating young grass, a student who hasn't even grown hair, has already deceived you. I don't believe that I, the flower saint, can't take you down. If you didn't have the governor as your father, I wouldn't have to pretend to be a gentleman. Humph, but just you wait. One day I will make you beg for mercy under my body. Commissioner Hong waited for Lu Qingmei to leave before excitedly reporting the new information to Tian Shuji. Tang Zheng and Lu Qingmei were actually boyfriend and girlfriend. This meant that Lu Zhangqian would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. The future son-in-law of the governor was actually a criminal. This was a stain on Liu Jiangqion's future. Moreover, didn't this link the two murders to Liu Jiangqion? Tian Shuji immediately ordered the case to be closed as soon as possible. Commissioner Hong understood. Although Tang Zheng did not confess, it did not matter. He still searched everywhere for evidence. After spending an entire night, he finally made a complete chain of evidence that could pin Tang Zheng to death. At dawn, Commissioner Hong came to the interrogation room with a pair of panda eyes. Tang Zheng was still handcuffed to the chair and was sleeping with his eyes closed. He did not wake up even when he heard the door open. "Humph, you can still sleep? Wait until you eat a bullet, then you can continue sleeping," Commissioner Hong coldly said. Tang Zheng slowly opened his eyes and looked at Commissioner Hong with a smile that was not a smile. He said, "I'm afraid you ate a bullet, but I didn't. I'm not going to talk to you about these useless things. I'm going to tell you that the evidence of your crime is conclusive. It will soon enter the judicial process. You're finished," Commissioner Hong proudly said. "Oh, really? Of course." Bang! The door was pushed open and a person shouted in panic, "Bureau Chief, these people want to break in. I can't stop them." Commissioner Hong glared at his subordinate and squinted his eyes. He looked at the person who came in. It was a middle-aged man with an imposing appearance. One look and anyone could tell that he was not an ordinary person. "Who are you? Breaking into the police station. Do you know that this is a serious crime?" Commissioner Hong angrily shouted. The other person ignored him and directly walked in front of Tang Zheng and said, "You've worked hard. When I received your message, I immediately rushed over from Beijing." Tang Zheng smiled and nodded his head. He stood up, but the shackles on his wrists and ankles broke into pieces. He moved his muscles and bones, then shrugged his shoulders and said, "You came just in time. If you were a bit later, I would have eaten a bullet." Saying this, he looked at Commissioner Hong with ridicule. Chief Hong's expression changed drastically. Even the strongest shackles in the police station couldn't lock him down. It turned out that it wasn't that he couldn't escape from the beginning, but that he didn't expect to escape. He had a backup plan. But who was this middle-aged man in front of him? "Eat a bullet. Humph! I want to see who has the guts." The middle-aged man deliberately glanced at Commissioner Hong and said in a dignified manner. This gaze made Commissioner Hong's whole body tremble. It was too terrifying. This person's hands must have taken a lot of lives. That kind of biting, cold, killing intent could not be faked. "Who are you?" Commissioner Hong continued to ask after being ignored for so long. "You don't have the qualifications to know." The other person coldly said, "You go out for a moment. I have something to say to Tang Zheng. This is the police station. You—" Commissioner Hong was originally going to say a few words to keep up appearances, but when he saw the other person's cold eyes sweep over him as if he was looking at a dead person, he abruptly swallowed the rest of his words back down. This person was definitely someone in the government, but there was definitely no such person in Yusha. Just now he said that he came from Beijing. Could it be that he was a high-ranking official in the central government? How could Tang Zheng have such a strong background? Commissioner Hong was full of suspicion as he dejectedly left the interrogation room. He immediately grabbed his subordinate's collar and asked, "Who is this person?" "He just waved his ID in front of me. I think he's from the National Security Bureau." The subordinate carefully said, "National Security Bureau." Commissioner Hong was shocked. How did this involve the National Security Bureau? The cases under the jurisdiction of the National Security Bureau were all major events that involved national security. Moreover, they had extraordinary power. Even the police had to lower their heads in front of them. Because of the uniqueness of the National Security Bureau, their actions were usually very low-key and mysterious. Commissioner Hong had basically never dealt with them before, but he had heard a few things. The National Security Bureau was not to be trifled with. The National Security Bureau stepped in for Tang Zheng. Then the evidence that he had painstakingly collected last night would not be of much use. Chapter 5, 71. The person who came was indeed from the National Security Bureau. He was the head of the National Security Bureau, Su Yingtian. After the person left, Su Yingtian's tense face relaxed. He looked at Tang Zheng with a smile that was not a smile and said, "You really can't be idle for even a day. It's the new year, and yet you still cause so much trouble. You really can't let people have a worry-free new year." Tang Zheng shrugged his shoulders and said, "You can't blame me for this. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind will not stop." "Hee, you're too big a tree, so it's easy to attract the wind," Su Yingtian joked. Tang Zheng helplessly spread out his hands. He did not want to cause trouble, but it was trouble that came to his door. This time's matter is not small. Not only did you kill the Lei father and son in front of everyone, that Qin Lao's death should also be your doing, right? Su Yingtian asked. Tang Zheng smiled, which could be considered as a tacit agreement. Su Yingtian pointed at Tang Zheng and helplessly sighed. "I suspect that even if I helped you solve your problem this time, you will definitely cause new trouble not long after. You have so little confidence in me. I have too much confidence in you. I know your ability and I know your style of doing things. That's why I came to this conclusion." Su Yingtian said seriously. Tang Zheng was greatly embarrassed. He laughed involuntarily and said, "Then it seems that in your eyes, I'm a troublemaker. 5, it's not that you're a troublemaker, but that your ability is too big. You're too big a tree. So you can't help but attract bees and butterflies." Su Yingtian said seriously. Tang Zheng carefully thought about it. Su Yingtian's words were not false. If he was an ordinary person, then he would not have these troubles. But the key point was that he was not an ordinary person. "If you encounter the same thing in the future, what will you do?" Tang Zheng said without hesitation. "If I meet you again, I will still do the same." Su Yingtian pointed at Tang Zheng and said, "See, I'm right. You're that kind of person. It's easy to change mountains and rivers, but it's hard to change one's nature. Do I have to clean up after you every time? I have a lot of things to do, so I don't have the time." When he was in the restaurant, he had secretly sent a message to Su Yingtian. That was why he had followed the police. Although there was no agreement between him and Su Yingtian, he believed that Su Yingtian would not sit idly by and would definitely come to rescue him. Tang Zheng was not an egomaniac. He wanted to live in ordinary Balance City and ensure that his grandfather lived a normal life. He could not simply run away and become a wanted criminal. His departure from the Lei family was a test to see the attitude of the government. Since the government had taken measures against him, it meant that his influence alone would not be able to resolve this crisis. He could escape without any effort, but what awaited him would not be a small problem. So he had to solve this problem from the source, and the National Security Bureau was the best way. Previously, when such a huge incident occurred in ordinary Balance City, the National Security Bureau and the Dragon Group could make it disappear. This storm was nothing. His guess was right. The deaths of a few people in the underworld was indeed nothing to the National Security Bureau, although these people had the protection of the government. But in front of the National Security Bureau, that protection was like a layer of window paper. It would be broken with a single poke. It was completely useless. Su Yingtian did not have to come personally, but he pushed away countless work to personally meet Tang Zheng. Of course, it was not as simple as saving people. He looked at Tang Zheng with a burning gaze and said, "I have a solution." What solution? Tang Zheng asked curiously. Su Yingtian took out a document and pushed it in front of Tang Zheng. He looked at him with a smile. Tang Zheng was stunned. Looking at the national emblem on the document, he frowned and asked, "What does this mean?" "No matter what, you have killed people this time. Although the National Security Bureau has a lot of power, but to save an unrelated person, the local government will also be dissatisfied. You also know that the local government is not without power. If they report it to the higher-ups, it will be enough to make me suffer," Su Yingtian said. And then Tang Zheng pointed at the document and asked, "If you have an identity to protect you, then what you did will be logical. Not to mention killing a few people in the underworld, even the local government will not be able to do anything to you," Su Yingtian said proudly. This was the privilege of the National Security Bureau. Tang Zheng's head moved. This privilege was too useful for him. He also knew that in the future he would encounter similar troubles. There would always be something that could be used against him. If he had this protective talisman, then it would be twice the result with half the effort. At least he would not be stuck in a stalemate with the local government. He knew that he was strong, so he did not want to be enemies with the local government. He felt that it was meaningless. It was like an adult bullying a child. It was dull and boring. This was the National Security Bureau throwing an olive branch to him. Should he accept it or not? The Dragon Group was his enemy. Now that the National Security Bureau came out to mediate, the two sides could be considered to have reached a temporary peace. But Tang Zheng knew that Xing Feng would definitely not let it go. There was no such thing as being a thief for 1,000 days. So if he had the National Security Bureau as a protective talisman, Xing Feng would not dare to act rashly for a long time. But this also had its drawbacks. If he joined the National Security Bureau, then he would be subject to the corresponding restrictions and would not be as free as he was now. After pondering for a long time, Tang Zheng asked, "What do you want me to do?" Su Yingtian's brows revealed a trace of joy. This was a dangerous move. An expert like Tang Zheng would not be willing to be manipulated by others. He also did not have the intention to manipulate Tang Zheng. Cooperation was a win-win choice. Become a special agent of the National Security Bureau. Help the National Security Bureau to deal with some special cases. Other than that, the National Security Bureau will not interfere with anything you do. With the National Security Bureau's protection, many things will be more convenient, such as this time. Tang Zheng was silent as he weighed the pros and cons. Without a doubt, Su Yingtian's conditions were very sincere. There were not many restrictions on Tang Zheng. He only wanted him to help the National Security Bureau when necessary. But for Tang Zheng, he could provide a lot of convenience. In addition, after coming into contact with Su Yingtian many times, Tang Zheng already had some understanding of him. Su Yingtian was much more upright than Xing Feng and was not a shameless person who only knew how to curry favor. The National Security Bureau had an independent intelligence agency, and Tang Zheng could obtain a lot of useful information from it. This was also a very important point. Su Yingtian quietly looked at Tang Zheng, waiting for his decision. He was a little nervous. He had made this request after careful consideration, especially after knowing that the witch tribesmen had already appeared in the ordinary balance. The National Security Bureau had specially organized people to study the mysterious force in Tang Zheng's hands. They believed that the future of this force was limitless and that it would definitely explode with great power in the future. The expert's suggestion was that if this force could not be controlled by the National Security Bureau, then it had to be eliminated as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. However, Su Yingtian did not accept the expert's opinion. He knew the actual situation better. With Tang Zheng's personality, dealing with the witch tribesmen was equivalent to making an enemy out of him. The gains did not make up for the losses. This world was changing. It was no longer the original world. So many rules were slowly changing. Su Yingtian was clearly aware of this, so he did not dislike Tang Zheng's identity as a cultivator. Instead, he was very interested in him. He did not know how far he could go in the future. In addition, this world was not only filled with cultivators like Tang Zheng, there was also an expert like the 100 Transformations Star Lord. He was not someone that ordinary people could deal with, and even Su Yingtian did not have complete confidence in dealing with him. Therefore, roping in Tang Zheng and dealing with the 100 Transformations Star Lord in the future was not a bad choice. The Western Empire had also been restless, trying to subvert the Huaxia. The National Security Bureau needed more talents, so no matter what, the advantages of recruiting Tang Zheng outweighed the disadvantages. Tang Zheng's eyes gradually became firm. It was obvious that he had made a decision. Su Yingtian looked at him nervously, looking forward to his answer. "Okay, I promise you." Tang Zheng accepted the certificate in front of him and opened it. His photo had already been pasted. Su Yingtian felt relieved and laughed loudly. "Tang Zheng, welcome to the National Security Bureau." The two of them shook each other's hands vigorously, and a satisfied smile appeared in each other's eyes. "Then let's go and solve this problem," Su Yingtian said with a smile, and walked out with Tang Zheng. Commissioner Hong led many subordinates to block the door, as if he was afraid that Tang Zheng would run away. Su Yingtian sneered and said, "Commissioner Hong, Tang Zheng is from the National Security Bureau. You know best what kind of people Lei Ming and his son are, so you only have yourself to blame. Understand? Tang Zheng has regained his freedom." "He is from the National Security Bureau." Commissioner Hong's heart thumped. No matter how big the hole in his brain was, he did not think of this possibility. But Tian Shuji wanted to turn this case into an ironclad case and implicate Tang Zheng and Lu Jiangqion together. If he let him go, then wouldn't he be neglecting his duty, and all his previous efforts would go to waste? He could not bear this responsibility. "No, I can't let him go just because you said so." "Who are you? Do you have this right?" Commissioner Hong persistently asked. Su Yingtian's face sank and said, "Who am I? You have no right to know. If I say that Tang Zheng is from the National Security Bureau, then he is. If you still want to find trouble with him, then you are going against the National Security Bureau. You should think about it yourself." Commissioner Hong's heart was bitter, but he could only bite the bullet and say, "But not only did he kill Lei Ming and his son, he also intended to harm Tian Shuji." "Nonsense! Do you have any evidence?" Su Yingtian angrily shouted. "Evidence?" Commissioner Hong was speechless. Tang Zheng killed Qin Lao and did not leave any clues, let alone evidence. Qin Lao was different from Lei Ming and his son. After all, he was a member of the Song family. Although everyone knew that Tang Zheng killed him, there was no evidence, and no one could do anything to Tang Zheng. Although the National Security Bureau was powerful, they still had to take into account the Song family's attitude, so they deliberately pushed this case away from Tang Zheng. This way, the Song family would not have any evidence against them and would have nothing to say. Chapter 572. The investigation and conviction of Tang Zheng came to an end, and the investigation was stopped halfway. Commissioner Hong immediately reported to Tian Shuji in fear and trepidation. Tian Shuji was furious and reprimanded Commissioner Hong for not investigating Tang Zheng's background in advance. After hanging up the phone, Tian Shuji fell into silence. Tang Zheng was a member of the National Security Bureau, which meant that Lu Jiangqion might have won the support of the National Security Bureau. This made things a bit tricky. It was impossible to find a breakthrough from Tang Zheng and involve Lu Jiangqion. However, He was not afraid of the National Security Bureau. Although it was a secret agency, it would not interfere too much with the local government. There was nothing to be afraid of. It was just that Liu Zhangqian launched an attack on him. The original balance between the two was completely broken, and a winner was bound to be determined. Liu Zhangqian, do you really think you are my opponent? Humph, your thinking is too simple. Tian Shuji sneered and said to himself. Liu Zhangqian already knew what happened in the police station. When he heard that Tang Zheng was a member of the National Security Bureau, he was really shocked. How could a college student become a member of the National Security Bureau? He wanted to ask his daughter clearly, but Liu Qingmei also did not know, so she did not know. At this moment, Liu Qingmei was ecstatic. She had already received a call from Tang Zheng, so like a gust of wind, she rushed out of the house and joined Tang Zheng. Without hesitation, she threw herself into his arms. Tang Zheng hugged her tightly, rubbed her hair, and said with a mischievous smile, "In public, other people are watching. Aren't you afraid?" What's there to be afraid of? Liu Qingmei used to be an ice goddess. How could she care about other people's gazes? Only in front of Tang Zheng would she reveal her emotions. This time, I was really scared to death. I didn't expect you to have such an identity. If you had said it earlier, you wouldn't have suffered so much. I wasn't one before. Didn't I just join by coincidence? Just joined? Liu Qingmei was shocked. She was the son of an official and had heard of the National Security Bureau. It was not a place that just anyone could join. However, her beloved had such an ability. She was happy from the bottom of her heart. Cough. Suddenly, Su Yingtian coughed and broke the sweet two people's world. Liu Qingmei raised her head to take a look. In the blink of an eye, she was able to determine that the other party was an official. This was a judgment that she had trained since childhood. Miss Liu, I still have some matters to discuss with you, Su Yingtian said. No problem. I'll wait for you over there. You guys can talk. Liu Qingmei understood and walked away. The National Security Bureau was a secret organization. There were many things that outsiders could not know. Su Yingtian smiled and joked. Tang Zheng, your problems are too messy. According to what I know, you still have a girlfriend. This is like stepping on two boats. Tang Zheng's expression did not change as he said, the National Security Bureau is also in charge of this. I don't have that kind of free time. Su Yingtian gradually retracted his smile and said seriously, after leaving Jade Sand, I will directly go to the northeast. The information shows that there is a problem there. I just want to tell you that the world is becoming more and more chaotic. Moreover, it is said that many things have happened in the Marshall Organization. But as for the specifics, I think that Marshall by your side should know better. Tang Zheng's heart moved. The National Security Bureau's information was really powerful. They even knew about the Marshall Organization. The internal strife in the Marshall Organization should mean that they have no time to deal with you for the time being. However, you can't be careless, especially since there is still 100 changes Star-Lord in the 10,000 huge mountains. To you and me, this person is a big problem. Su Yingtian's brows unconsciously knitted even tighter. Tang Zheng obviously did not forget about the 100 changes Star-Lord. This person's cultivation was extremely high, and his mood was unpredictable. No one could think of what he was thinking, especially when the demon god had also fallen into his hands. The demon god was extremely cunning and wanted the demon clan to return. If the demon god was not dead, then he would definitely think of a way to let the demon clan return. In addition, Tang Zheng already had 66 pieces of heaven and earth black stone in his hands, and there were 33 pieces left. He did not know how many were hidden under the imperial city, which meant that he had to quickly gather 99 pieces of heaven and earth black stone in case he needed them. However, the heaven and earth black stone could only be encountered by chance and not sought. Director Sue, I have a presumptuous request. Oh, what is it? The National Security Bureau's intelligence network is very developed. If you discover that there are many cases of people going missing, please tell me. Tang Zheng had always been thinking about the Mountain River blood sacrifice of the demon clan. If the demon god wanted to use this great technique to let the demon clan return, he would have to gather tens of thousands of people. This was not a small number, so he asked the National Security Bureau to pay attention to the disappearance of people. Su Yingtian looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Missing persons case? What's the use?" "You'll know when the time comes." Tang Zheng was not sure if the demon god was still alive in the human world, so he did not dare to guarantee that someone would use this formation. Su Yingtian did not ask further, and nodded, "I will arrange it. As for the dragon group, I have already met Xing Feng. He will be safe for the time being. Thank you. Goodbye." Su Yingtian left. Lu Qingmei held on to Tang Zheng's arm as they walked through the streets, looking no different from other couples. Her face was filled with a happy smile as she said, "Yesterday, your performance was great. You completely extinguished young Xiaoyu's arrogance. I'm really happy. Hee, but in the end I was taken away by the police. I'm afraid the Yang family will be secretly happy. Humph, aren't you safe and sound today? Let's see how they will be secretly happy." Lu Qingmei said unconcernedly, "Ring, ring, ring." Suddenly, Lu Qingmei's phone rang. "My dad." Lu Qingmei's face slightly changed. "Answer it. What's the matter?" Lu Qingmei asked with an unhappy face. "Are you with Tang Zheng?" "Yes." Lu Qingmei looked at Tang Zheng and admitted, "Where are you?" "I'm coming to find you," Lu Zhangqian urgently said. Lu Qingmei frowned. She knew that her father didn't like Tang Zheng, but she didn't care. Her relationship with her father wasn't good to begin with. This was her personal matter, so there was no need to ask his opinion. "I have something to talk to him about." Lu Zhangqian was afraid that his daughter would refuse, so he quickly added. Lu Qingmei raised her head and looked at Tang Zheng. Seeing him nod, she reluctantly said, "Okay then." After giving the address and hanging up the phone, Lu Qingmei's two beautiful eyebrows twisted and said, "I don't know what he's here for." Tang Zheng faintly smiled. "Maybe he wants to denounce me for kidnapping his daughter." Half an hour later, in a tea-house private room, the three people sat together. Lu Zhangqian looked at Tang Zheng as if he wanted to see through him from head to toe. After a while, he said, "Tang Zheng, how come you're a member of the National Security Bureau?" "It's just a coincidence," Tang Zheng calmly said. "Coincidence?" Lu Zhangqian didn't believe in coincidence. Lei Ming and his son, as well as Tian Shuji's guests, were you the one who killed them? Tang Zheng smiled. He didn't admit or deny it. Lu Zhangqian guessed the answer. His face suddenly changed, and he seriously said, "You're a member of the National Security Bureau at such a young age. It's not appropriate for you to do these things. Moreover, you're still together with Qing Mei. Won't this bring her trouble?" "I have the ability to protect Qing Mei." "What ability do you have?" "Moreover, there's a limit to how strong an individual is. I won't allow you to be with her," Lu Zhangqian said resolutely. He was very clear about the dangers of the National Security Bureau. Don't look at the boundless glory of the ordinary days. At critical times, they would sacrifice a lot. Lu Zhangqian didn't want his daughter to be in fear all day long. "This is between me and Tang Zheng. You have no right to interfere," Lu Qingmei retorted. "I'm your father. Of course, I have the right to interfere." The mother and daughter stared at each other. They both insisted on their own views and were incomparably stubborn. "I'll say a few words. Qingmei and I are together. We won't be separated because of anyone's interference," Tang Zheng firmly said. "You don't have the right to speak here," Lu Zhangqian angrily said. "Moreover, your actions this time, no one knows whether or not there's a mastermind behind it. As for what your goal is, it's still uncertain. In particular, I suspect that your motives for contacting Qingmei are impure." Impure motives? Tang Zheng was angry and amused at the same time. Lu Qingmei was also angry and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Tang Zheng and I are in love with each other. As for Yang Xiaoyu, who you introduced yesterday, you heard it yourself. What kind of person is he? So in the future, you don't have to worry about this. I can tell you clearly that I have absolutely no other motives for being with Qingmei. I just want to be with her," Tang Zheng said. "I've seen many people like you. I'm not old yet. Moreover, although you were lucky enough to escape this time, there's no guarantee that you'll be so lucky next time. So I absolutely won't hand my daughter over to an unreliable person like you. Qingmei, let's go back," Lu Zhangqian angrily said. "I'm not going back." Lu Qingmei stubbornly raised her neck and hugged Tang Zheng's arm. "You can't separate us. Tang Zheng, let's go." After saying that, she dragged Tang Zheng out of the tea house. Lu Zhangqian was so angry that he almost stomped his feet. At first, he guessed that this was a conspiracy against him. But now that Tang Zheng was a member of the National Security Bureau, the possibility of a conspiracy was very small. But because of this matter, his relationship with Tian Shuji became more and more heated. He was afraid that there would be more confrontations in the future. At this time, he didn't want to be distracted by his daughter's matter. He wanted to cut the Gordian knot and kick Tang Zheng out. But his daughter and Tang Zheng's attitude was beyond his expectations, leaving him a provincial governor at his wits' end. Lu Qingmei angrily dragged Tang Zheng down the street before calming down a little and said, "What qualifications does he have to interfere with my life? At first, for his own future, he didn't care about my mother. He didn't even see her for the last time. But now he's trying to dictate my life." Tang Zheng patted her shoulder and comforted her. Perhaps he has his own difficulties. He could be firm, but when he was alone with Lu Qingmei, he couldn't fan the flames. After all, they were father and daughter. They were related by blood. No matter what, Lu Zhangqian's starting point was at least concerned about Lu Qingmei. Tang Zheng was a reasonable person. Of course, he understood this point. So, he comforted her for a moment. When her mood finally calmed down, he said, "Yusha's matter has been resolved. I'm going back to ordinary balance. In a few days, I'll return to Beijing. At that time, we'll meet again." Chapter 573, Ordinary Balance. Tang Zheng and Marshall had already returned. Lin Hu and Fire Phoenix hurriedly ran over to see him, especially when Fire Phoenix saw Tang Zheng. She couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. She also didn't expect Tang Zheng's counterattack to be so swift and decisive, like a thunderbolt. This caused the underground world of the surrounding counties to be shaken. Many people tried to find out who this fierce person was. In the end, when they heard that it was Chang Heng's original boss who did this, they all turned pale with fright and broke out in cold sweat. Many of them had already secretly colluded with Lei Ming, preparing to find time to occupy Ordinary Balance's empty territory after the new year. But now that Tang Zheng had displayed his strength, no one dared to have any ideas. On the contrary, many people were afraid that Tang Zheng would also give them a thunderous blow and send them to the underground to accompany Lei Ming. Therefore, in the past 2 days, many people wanted to visit Tangzheng with their connections and brought many valuable gifts. However, Tangzheng was not here, so they could only look for Lin Hu and Fire Phoenix. So the two of them were so busy that their feet did not touch the ground. When Tangzheng heard this, he did not feel too strongly. He and these people were no longer in the same world, so there was no need for them to interact too much. He repeatedly told Lin Hu and Fire Phoenix to leave, and also strictly ordered their forces not to take half a step into ordinary balance. Otherwise, Lei Ming would be their example. Tangzheng wanted to make the underground world disappear from ordinary balance. This was his hometown, and he did not wish for various forces to stay here. In the next few days, he continuously refined Dragon Yuan Dan and distributed them to the Witch Clan warriors, Lin Hu and Fire Phoenix. Their progress and strength was too slow, so they needed the help of pills. In addition, as his pill refining skills became more and more refined, the quality of the Dragon Yuan Dan he refined became better and better. After everyone consumed the Dragon Yuan Dan, their cultivation increased by leaps and bounds. Especially Fang Shishir, under Tangzheng's guidance, her cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. In just a short 10 days of the first month, her cultivation had already reached the 8th grade of the foundation establishment stage. In time, she would be able to break through to the fasting period. At that time, her combat strength would rise sharply, and she would be able to protect herself even if she were to study abroad alone. But happy times were always short-lived. Winter vacation was coming to an end. After sending Fang Shishir on the plane, Tangzheng was also preparing to return to Beijing. The witch tribe warriors had settled down in a newly established Golden Shield security company, which was owned by Tangzheng. His future business was not small, so he needed people he could trust to be his security guards. During normal times, they would be security guards, but during wartime, they would be warriors. It was killing two birds with one stone. These security guards were stationed in various clubs and other industries. They gradually became familiar with this new society and were like fish in water. As for the business side of things, there was already some progress. Mu Hongyan was negotiating with a manufacturing company that was on the verge of bankruptcy, preparing to acquire it. Tangzheng had already contacted the King of Medicine and hired him as a consultant for the new pharmaceutical company. He would also prepare new drugs for the manufacturing company and open up the market in one fell swoop. Fire Phoenix and Fang Chonghua's real estate companies had been merged. Fang Chonghua personally rushed to Beijing to be responsible for acquiring a piece of land and building his group's headquarters, which also included the group's 5-star hotel. The entertainment company had also been set up. AI Me had already taken Linger to Beijing. Some time ago, Linger had been exposed on the internet, and under the promotion of the promoter, she had gained a certain amount of attention. Next, AI Me also tailored a lot of promotion methods for her. In short, at all costs, Linger would be famous all over the country in the shortest time. Tangzheng, on the other hand, was relaxed. Every day, he would refine pills and cultivate. However, he would soon return to Beijing, and his carefree days would come to an end. After returning to Beijing, various forces would gather, and he did not know what would be waiting for him. However, Tangzheng always had a knot in his head. That was the ghost realm sent troops to find his grandfather last time. After they were destroyed by him, the other side seemed to have ceased all activities. He was worried that after he left, the ghost realm would make a comeback. Without his protection, his grandfather would be in danger. Regarding the ghost realm, he found an opportunity to consult Tian Chanzi, which made Tian Chanzi very angry. He did not know that in order to raise money, Tangzheng actually refined so many life-continuing pills, which alarmed the ghost realm. Tian Chanzi scolded him for asking for it. Tangzheng was helpless. At the beginning, Tian Chanzi did not say that the life-continuing pills would cause such a big reaction. Otherwise, he would not have refined so many life-continuing pills and even auctioned them off. But now that things had come to this, the only thing he could do was to find a solution. Tian Chanzi was experienced and knowledgeable, and he really found a way to solve this problem. That was to use a concealment technique to deceive the eyes of the ghost realm people, so that they would not be able to track the old man's whereabouts. This way, even if they wanted to find trouble, it would be useless. After Tian Chanzi's long-distance teaching, Tang Zheng finally got his wish and used it on the old man. From then on, it would not be easy for the ghost realm to find him. Moreover, Tang Zheng did not forget about Nana. He also used this technique on her to prevent the ghost realm people from finding her. However, Tian Chanzi warned Tang Zheng that the ghost realm would definitely not let this matter go. Especially after losing so many soldiers, the ghost realm was humiliated. So, he told Tang Zheng to be careful. The next time he was found by the ghost realm people, it would definitely not be as easy to escape as the previous times. In the capital, Tang Zheng, Wu, Huang Ziang, as well as Gui Qiansui and Xiao Bai got off the plane together. This time, he specially brought Huang Ziang with him to guard against possible dangers. As for Xiao Bai, it was still lazily lying on Gui Qiansui's back with its round belly. After settling Huang Ziang and the two pets, Tang Zheng and Wu went straight to school. Yanqing University. There were students everywhere returning to school. The campus that had been quiet for a long time was once again full of vitality. In dormitory 502, Wang Shiji had already arrived. Seeing Tang Zheng come in, he warmly greeted him. A bag of local specialties was stuffed into Tang Zheng's arms and said, "Honestly, it's made in my home. Try it." "You're carrying so many bags. Aren't you tired?" "What's so tiring about it? Even the work at home is more than this." Wang Shiji was thin, but he was very strong. Not long later, Zhou Yan also carried his suitcase into the house and said, "OL3, when I saw the beauty downstairs, I knew you were here." "Beauty? Which beauty?" Wang Shiji immediately ran to the window to take a look. "Wow, so it's this beauty." "OL3, the speed at which you change beauties is even faster than the speed at which we change clothes." "Yeah, tell me honestly, did you have any relationship with this beauty that goes beyond friendship?" Zhou Yan teased with an evil smile. Tang Zheng smiled weakly and said, "Am I that kind of person?" Wang Shiji and Zhou Yan nodded at the same time. "That's right." Tang Zheng was speechless. Could it be that his performance was too obvious, and he was seen through with a single glance? "Ha ha, look, we guessed it right." "3, you're really too unkind. All the beauties in the world have been ruined by you. What else can we do?" Zhou Yan complained. "Don't just talk about me. What about you and Li Fangfei? Don't tell me that nothing happened. If he chased after you closely, he would have already taken down this beachhead of yours." Tang Zheng countered. Zhou Yan revealed a look of surprise and quickly changed the topic. "OL3, the results of the last final exam came out long ago. I have already asked around. You are the first in our profession. You are really not human. You don't even attend classes. You actually got first place. I even want to break open your head to see what's the difference between the structure inside and ours." Wang Shiji exclaimed in surprise and said, "OL3, you must treat us to a meal. This is the unanimous decision of all the members of the dorm." "Yes, boss is wise." Zhou Yan raised his hands in agreement. "Not everyone is here. How can it be a unanimous decision of the dorm?" Tang Zheng joked. "I'm the boss, so I'll decide on behalf of the second brother." Wang Shiji patted his chest and said, "All right, why isn't OL2 here yet? Don't tell me some village girl stole his bride at home and and forgot about him. Tang Zheng said, "With OL2's nature, that's really possible. Boss, hurry up and call old two and drag him out of the gentle village." Zhou Yin said in agreement. Wang Shiji dialed Sinosaurus's number, and after a few rings, it finally connected, but it was not Sinosaurus's voice, but a woman's sobbing voice. It was actually Sinosaurus's mother. When the three of them heard the crying, their hearts couldn't help but tighten, especially Tang Zheng, who had an ominous premonition in his heart. This premonition was quickly confirmed. Mother Doe said that Sinosaurus was sick, but the hospital couldn't find out why. His body was getting worse and worse, and he was getting thinner day by day. The hospital had even issued a notice of critical illness. The three of them felt a chill in their hearts. They felt that it was inconceivable. OL2 was big and tall, and his body was stronger than an ox. How could his life be in danger after not seeing him for more than 10 days? After comforting her with a few words, they hurriedly asked about the specific situation. Mother Doe cried and said, "The hospital was helpless, so we went to ask the witch to diagnose him to see if he had encountered something unclean. The witch actually said that he was possessed, but the witch's exorcism failed. The witch almost died and was scared away. My poor son, how could you be like this?" Mother Doe's heart-wrenching cries made the three of them feel as if a boulder was pressing down on their hearts. The joy of their reunion immediately disappeared. After hanging up the phone, the three of them were unable to calm down for a long time. They looked at each other speechlessly. After a long time, Zhou Yin said, "OL, San, your martial arts are powerful. Do you think there's really such a thing as being possessed in this world?" "There are many mysterious things in this world that science can't explain. The matter of being possessed is not nonsense," Tang Zheng said seriously. Wang Shiji's face stiffened, and he quickly said, "Then what about OL2? Are we just going to watch him like this?" The three of them couldn't help but think of the tall image of Sinosaurus. Sinosaurus was forthright, outspoken, and righteous. Although they had only been together for half a year, they already had a deep friendship with each other. Wang Shiji and Zhou Yin looked at Tang Zheng at the same time. Chapter 574. Tang Zheng frowned, pondered for a while, and said, "I'll go to the second brother's house to see if I can help." "We'll go too," the other two said in unison without hesitation. Tang Zheng shook his head. "You left as soon as school started. The academy will definitely have an opinion. I'll go to Professor Qi Shaowen to ask for leave. It's more convenient." Both of them knew about Tang Zheng's special identity and understood that what he said was reasonable, but their dorm brother's life was hanging by a thread, which still made their hearts involuntarily tighten. Tang Zheng, however, had another idea. Sinosaurus had said before that there was a mysterious shaman technique in his hometown. Presumably, the witch that Mother Doe spoke of was a shaman. According to what Do Long said, the shaman had a certain level of magic, but Do Long was possessed, and even the shaman was scared away, so there was a high chance that this was true. Therefore, seeing that Sinosaurus was very likely to be in danger, he was not afraid, but if he did not avoid it, the two of them would be safe and sound. "Third brother, then I'll leave it to you this time. If you need anything, just let us know. Second brother is our brother. We absolutely can't let anything happen to him." Zhou Yin said solemnly. Tang Zheng nodded heavily, turned around, and left the dorm. Seeing him in a hurry, Wu looked at him curiously and asked, "What happened?" "I'm going to the northeast right now." Tang Zheng's feet were like the wind. "Northeast?" Wu's eyes widened in surprise. Tang Zheng stopped a taxi and went straight to the airport while calling Professor Qi to ask for leave. He then called Lu Qingmei and asked her to take care of Xiao Bai and Gui Qiansui at his place. As for Huang Ziang, he did not need to worry about him, as he was cultivating and did not need to worry about starving to death. At the airport, the two of them happened to meet a flight to the northeast. As soon as they got off the plane, Yi Dingdong's call came. The two of them originally agreed to meet at school today, but Tang Zheng stood them up. When she heard that Tang Zheng had already boarded the plane to the northeast, Yi Dingdong quickly reminded Tang Zheng to be careful. She heard that the northeast was not very peaceful recently. Tang Zheng's heart skipped a beat. At this time, the air stewardess reminded the passengers to turn off their phones. Tang Zheng didn't have time to say more. Sitting in the roaring airplane, he looked at the clouds outside the window and fell into deep thought. What happened in the northeast? Su Yingtian also went to the northeast. It seemed that something had really happened. No matter what, he was only going to save Sinosaurus, so there shouldn't be any problems. When the plane landed, it was already nighttime. The two of them hurriedly got off the plane and contacted Sinosaurus's mother. The other party was very surprised that his son's classmate had arrived so quickly. He kept thanking him, but at the same time, he informed Tang Zheng of a new situation. Sinosaurus was not in the city, but in his hometown in the countryside. The hospital sentenced Sinosaurus to death. His parents were unwilling, so they took him to his hometown in the countryside to seek help from the shaman. Sinosaurus asked for the detailed address. It was a remote village in the north. Most people would not know. Tang Zheng asked many taxi drivers, but they also did not know. Tang Zheng had no choice. After asking for the general direction, he said to Marshall, "Time is tight. I have decided not to go. You can stay in the city and find a place to stay." Marshall rolled his eyes and said, "You want to get rid of me? How is that possible? Wherever you go, of course I will go." "Then let's compete to see who's faster. Let's compete. Who's afraid of who?" Marshall raised his eyebrows and said fearlessly, "Whiz, whiz." 2 gusts of wind blew. The two of them pulled out 2 long afterimages under the night sky and disappeared from their original spot. True qi circulated. Tang Zheng felt an endless amount of energy fill his 8 extraordinary meridians, and wind blew under his feet. Marshall circulated his inner strength, and the surging energy continuously drove his body forward. The two of them passed through the city, suburbs, fields, lakes, and mountains. The road became more and more difficult to walk on. The surroundings became more and more desolate. The ground was gradually covered by snow. The two of them only left a shallow footprint on the snow. In the middle of the night, the two of them saw an endless mountain in the distance. It was wrapped in silver, and a beautiful world of ice and snow was vividly displayed in front of the two of them. At the foot of the mountain, there were scattered little lights decorating the world of ice and snow, making it even more beautiful. According to Mother Doe's description, Tang Zheng observed for a moment and confirmed that this was the village she was talking about. He said in surprise, "We're here." Martial Qi was chaotic, obviously not like Tang Zheng, who was fine. Without a doubt, although the two of them arrived at the same time, Tang Zheng was better. Tang Zheng was not in the mood to enjoy the joy of victory. He looked up and saw that a house was brightly lit, and there was also a lot of noise coming from it. It must be that family. Tang Zheng quickly walked over, and from afar he could hear the sound of quarreling. "Old Doe, don't be stubborn. Your grandson is already like this." Even the shaman was scared away. He must have been possessed by a very powerful evil spirit. Even the gods can't save him. That's right, an evil spirit has possessed him. This will implicate our entire village. Hurry up and let him go back to his home. Don't let us be unlucky. Right, the shaman has spoken. We must expel him. Otherwise, our village will never have a day of peace in the future. A group of people surrounded an old man with a face full of wrinkles, talking at the same time. The old man held a pipe in his mouth and smoked. Wisps of green smoke rose and covered his eyes, but the anxiety in his eyes was unreservedly emitted through the smoke. Old Doe, don't cause trouble for everyone because of yourself. This is too selfish. If you don't do it, then we'll do it for you. Seeing that the other party did not react, some people started to jeer. There were many people who responded, looking at the old man with red faces. Bang! Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and a tall and sturdy man rushed out. His eyes stared at the crowd like a tiger looking to devour its prey. The man roared, "Who dares to touch my son? This old man will fight it out with him." The person at the front was so scared that he took a step back. He put on a strong front and said, "Do Jiang, who are you trying to scare? We're not scared. This is everyone's decision. We can't follow your family's bad luck." That's right, it's your Doe family's bad luck that provoked an evil spirit. Why do you want us to follow you? The man's face turned red, and his eyes bulged as if they were about to burst out. He fiercely stared at the group of people and said, "Can you be any more heartless? My father helped you so much before. Is this how you repay him? Who asked him to help? He was willing. We didn't force him." Someone retorted, "Shut up." Old Man Doe shouted in a low voice. It was like a clap of thunder, and all the quarrels came to an abrupt end. Old Man Doe knocked his pipe on the stairs a few times and threw away the ashes. He then slowly stood up. There was no doubt that the Doe family's genes were very strong. They were all tall and sturdy. Even though Old Man Doe's back was a little hunched, he was still tall and strong. He swept his eyes over the crowd and lightly said, "This is my home. My grandson can stay as long as he wants. No one can say anything. If you are not convinced, then feel free to come at me. Old Doe, my hunting rifle has not tasted blood for many years, and I was just worrying about whose blood I should use." Hiss! Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. They seemed to remember Old Man Doe's valiant and heroic appearance as they cowered and retreated. "Old Man Doe, now that you've broken the law, I don't believe you dare to kill." "Humph, for my grandson. Even if the Heavenly King is here, I will still kill without hesitation." Old Man Doe glared at them, scaring them so much that they staggered and almost fell on their butts in the snow. Let's go. Let's go find the shaman." The crowd was at their wits' end. They clenched their teeth and retreated. Tang Zheng and Marshall looked at this scene in a daze. There was no doubt that Old Man Doe was Sinosaurus's grandfather. As for Do Jiang, he was definitely his father. He never thought that this pair of father and son would be so domineering and mighty, especially Old Man Doe. Although he was old, Tang Zheng could feel a true killing intent from him. Tang Zheng did not doubt that he would really dare to kill someone. He was right. Old Man Doe was someone who had been on the battlefield and had truly seen blood. Moreover, he was a hunter in this forest. Of course, he would have a killing intent. When the other villagers left, Tang Zheng and Marshall appeared. Old Man Doe and Marshall's pupils constricted as they stared at the two. There was no doubt that in this kind of semi-enclosed village, strangers were too eye-catching. "Who are you two?" Sinosaurus asked cautiously. The old man did not trust strangers too much. "Old man, I am Sinosaurus's classmate. I heard that he was sick, so I came to visit him." Tang Zheng said calmly. Old Man Doe raised his white eyebrows, looked at Tang Zheng in astonishment, and said, "Are you really my grandson's classmate?" At this moment, the door opened, and a middle-aged woman walked out. She said, "I recognize your voice. Are you the student who called me during the day?" My son's classmate. Auntie, it's me. Ah, you really came. So fast. Didn't you say you just arrived in the city? Mother Doe was clearly surprised by the speed of Tang Zheng and Marshall. Tang Zheng did not explain further and said, "Let me see how Sinosaurus is doing first. Is that okay? Please come in. Please come in." The Doe family immediately greeted. Old Man Doe and his son also changed their attitude. Sinosaurus's classmate came from far away to visit. This friendship formed a sharp contrast with the attitude of the villagers, which finally made them feel a bit of warmth in their hearts. "Sai, it's so cold. You must be freezing and hungry. I'll go cook for you." Mother Doe wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and went into the kitchen. Tang Zheng came to Sinosaurus's room. There was a Kong burning in the room, and it felt very warm. Sinosaurus was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, as if he was in a vegetative state. We never thought that in a short period of 10 days, he would become like this. The heavens are too cruel, Do Jiang said with a pained heart. Old Man Do couldn't help but place his pipe in his mouth, and he had a bitter expression on his face. How did Sinosaurus become like this? We don't know either. He suddenly fainted and then lost consciousness. Do Jiang said. Chapter 575. Tang Zheng let out a cry of surprise. Strange. Sinosaurus had an extremely powerful force in his body that could actually shake off his true energy. What exactly was in Sinosaurus's body that was so powerful? Tang Zheng pondered for a moment and concluded that this was definitely not an ordinary case of being possessed. In the past, when Li Hongqing was infected by the evil energy in the 1,000-year blood jade, her symptoms were completely different. That was a true case of being possessed. However, the energy in Sinosaurus's body was much more powerful than that of the 1,000-year blood jade. Evil. I don't believe that I can't find out the reason. Tang Zheng was still trying to compete. He didn't believe that he couldn't deal with the energy in Sinosaurus's body. Circulating his energy, his true energy surged. Bang! Tang Zheng was forced back a step, while Sinosaurus was sent flying into the corner of the brick bed. This movement was quite loud and gave the others a fright. The Doe father and son revealed panicked expressions and hurriedly asked, "What are you doing?" Tang Zheng frowned and didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "How did Sinosaurus become like this?" Tang Zheng's serious expression frightened the two. They looked at Tang Zheng in bewilderment. At this moment, the powerful aura emitted from Tang Zheng's body caused Old Doe's Taiyang and Taiyang acupoints to throb a few times. He looked at Tang Zheng in bewilderment and asked, "Who exactly are you?" "I'm his classmate. I just want to save him." The father and son's eyelids twitched as they looked at each other. Do Jiang seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw and asked, "Do you really have a way to save him?" "I can always give it a try." Tang Zheng didn't guarantee anything. However, this was great news for the father and son. They were already in despair, but Tang Zheng's words had undoubtedly given them a ray of hope. Even if this chance was very slim, they wouldn't hesitate to grab it. Moreover, they could only treat a dead horse as if it were still alive, although they also suspected that Tang Zheng was boasting. "Now, can you tell me how he became like this?" Tang Zheng asked. Old Man Do removed his tobacco pipe and smacked his lips. With a face full of regret, he said, "This is all my fault. When he came back during the winter break, I insisted on bringing him to the mountains for a stroll. I wanted to see if there was any prey and bring it back to nourish his body. Inadvertently, we passed by a sinkhole. I don't know where a ray of light came from, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. I always thought that my old eyes were blurred, so I didn't pay much attention to it. But not long after he came back, my grandson fell into a coma. Heavenly pit, light." Tang Zheng frowned. That's right. There are many craters in this vast mountain range. It is said that they were formed by meteorites in the past. There are no less than 1,000 of them, big and small. These sky pits vary in size, but to us who live in these mountains all year round, there isn't anything special about them, so we didn't pay much attention to them. Old Doe said, "What about the light?" I asked my grandson afterwards, but he didn't see anything. I always thought that my old eyes were blurred. If it weren't for these things that happened later, I'm afraid I would have forgotten. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid it really is related to that light. Old Doe analyzed. Tang Zheng was unable to come to a conclusion, but he guessed that Sinosaurus's coma was most likely related to that mysterious light. Has something like this happened to you before? We rely on the mountain to eat the mountain. In the past, when we went up the mountain, we did indeed encounter some unclean things. However, as long as the shaman makes a move, the illness will definitely be cured. It definitely won't be as strange as this. Tang Zheng nodded. The power in Sinosaurus's body was not an unclean power like evil qi or yin qi. Instead, it gave off a vast feeling that made it hard for people to figure out. Wu silently listened, seeing that the matter was so bizarre. He couldn't help but be interested. He asked in a low voice, "Can you really save him?" "No matter what, I will save him," Tang Zheng firmly said. "I will first investigate what kind of power is causing trouble in his body. Only then will I be able to prescribe the right medicine." "Old Doe, come out." Suddenly, an explosive shout came in. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, interrupting the few of them. Tang Zheng was shocked. He stopped what he was doing and curiously looked out the window. The dark courtyard was already filled with people. It was definitely the villagers who had returned and found more helpers. When Old Doe heard this voice, his expression couldn't help but change. He sank into deep fear and worry as he said in a low voice, "The shaman is here." They actually gathered the shaman to chase us away. This is too much. Is the shaman really that powerful? Tang Zheng asked curiously. He couldn't help but have a competitive spirit. Of course, within a radius of 100 miles, a single word from the shaman is more useful than anyone else's. If anyone encounters an unclean thing, inviting her is guaranteed to be the right choice. Moreover, the shaman knows magic. Old Doe said with a face full of shock. "Old Doe, hurry up and come out. The shaman is here." Someone shouted, "You guys don't go out. I will deal with them. I don't believe in evil. I have lived here all my life. Now that I am old, I will be chased away like a stray dog. Even if I risk my old life, they will not succeed." Old Doe clenched his teeth and said, "Dad, I am here. I don't care what shaman she is. If she dares to touch my son, I will fight her to the death. At worst, we will die together," Do Jiang said heroically. Since the shaman knew magic, this father and son pair would definitely not be her opponent. How could he let them take the risk? Tang Zheng hurriedly comforted them. "Old man, uncle, I will go out and take a look." "Aya, how can you do that? You are foreigners. They will not be afraid of you. Instead, they will be unrestrained. What if they hurt you?" Old Doe anxiously advised. The people in this area were valiant, and many of them were born hunters. Ordinary people were not their opponents. Tang Zheng smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, they won't be able to hurt me. This shaman is so powerful. I also want to meet her." Tang Zheng had always been interested in people with spells. This person might be a cultivator, but as for how high his cultivation was, that was still unknown. Tang Zheng pushed open the door and walked out without any explanation, causing the father and son of the Doe family to jump up and down anxiously. This young man was too reckless. In this remote place, no one would reason with you. The things in the city wouldn't work. The two of them hurriedly followed. Marshall crossed his arms and walked out as if he was watching a good show. He thought to himself that following by Tang Zheng's side would never be boring, and now he had encountered such an interesting matter. The courtyard was already packed with people. One of them was dressed differently from the other villagers. Her clothes were gorgeous, and there were many strange patterns embroidered on her clothes. She held a scepter in her hand, and at the top of the scepter was a green gem. Her gaze was sharp, and she did not look like an old woman at all. This person is definitely that shaman, Tang Zheng silently thought. This person did indeed have mana fluctuations, but it was very weak to the point that Tang Zheng could not see through her cultivation. Could it be that she was also deliberately hiding her cultivation? The shaman took a step forward and slammed the scepter on the ground with a bang. She stared at the father and son of the Dou clan and said, "Old Dou, your grandson has been infected with evil energy. He must be expelled from this village. This is God's will." "I don't care about God's will. This is my home. If you want to drive me away, you have to step over my old bones." Old Dou blew his beard and glared, not budging an inch. "Old Dou, if you dare to disobey the shaman, you will disobey God's will. You will be punished by God." The crowd was stirred up, and someone indignantly said, "So what if I am punished? I am an old man with half of my body in the ground. What punishment would I be afraid of?" Old Dou said without fear. The other party was speechless. The shaman frowned and was silent for a moment before saying, "Old Dou, you are not afraid of punishment. But what about your son and daughter-in-law? Don't tell me you want to drag them into the fire pit as well?" Old Dou was suddenly startled. Seeing this, the shaman's mouth curved into a smile. She understood that she had poked at Old Dou's weak spot. She continued, "Your grandson is already incurable, but you still have to think about your son and daughter-in-law." Incurable? Old Man Dou felt pain in his heart. Those words were like a knife that ruthlessly stabbed into his heart. He angrily glared at the shaman and roared, "My grandson will not die. You are the one who is incurable." "Dad, don't waste words with them. What God's punishment? It's all bullshit. I don't believe in this evil." Dou Jiang had lived in the city for a long time, so he was not afraid of these supernatural things. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd began to discuss spiritedly and loudly berate them. The shaman's face was covered in dark clouds as he said, "You dare to insult God? God will punish you. Your Dou family will fall into an endless abyss of darkness." Hearing these words, Old Dou's eyelids fiercely twitched. He was clearly afraid. Seeing that the shaman had been playing tricks for so long, Tang Zheng no longer had the mood to continue watching. She bravely stepped forward and stood in front of the Dou family. Facing the shaman, she sneered, "Even if you want to play tricks, you should have a sense of propriety. You forcefully drove away the Dou family. This kind of behavior is too despicable. Who are you? What right do you have to speak?" The shaman angrily shouted, "I am Sinosaurus' classmate. I can't stand you people bullying the Dou family. Especially you. What shaman? You only know how to play tricks. From what I see, you didn't save Sinosaurus and were worried that your reputation would be tarnished. So you have resentment in your heart and instigated the villagers to deal with the Dou family, right?" These words could be said to have hit the nail on the head and poked the shaman's sore spot. This was indeed the reason why she instigated the villagers to deal with the Dou family. Not only did she fail to save Sinosaurus, but she was also scared away. Her face was covered in dirt, and if she didn't chase the Dou family away, then who would believe her in the future? However, she never thought that her thoughts would be so easily seen through by this student. She was incomparably embarrassed as she shouted, "Nonsense! This person insulted God. Everyone work together and chase him and the Dou family away. After that, I will perform a ritual to pray for God's forgiveness. Otherwise, this village will suffer the wrath of the heavens, and everyone will suffer. Chapter 576. Several villagers brandished their fists and rushed towards Tang Zheng, ready to scare away this outspoken outsider. The Dou father and son reacted quickly and shouted, "Stop!" The father and son rushed out at the same time and tightly protected Tang Zheng behind them. At the same time, the father and son advised, "Young man, quickly return to the house. With us father and son here, no one can hurt you." These two people were Sinosaurus's classmates. If anything happened to them, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Tang Zheng's heart warmed as he looked at the tall backs of the father and son, as well as the villagers who were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. With a wave of his hand, the father and son of the Dou clan involuntarily retreated, and like a ghost, he leaped and protected them. Before the father and son could figure out what was going on, they found that they had switched positions. They turned pale with fright and shouted, "Be careful!" Tang Zheng didn't need to be careful. The ones who should be careful were the villagers who rushed over. Tang Zheng quickly pointed his finger, and the villagers fell to the ground unconscious. Everyone immediately looked at Tang Zheng with dumbfounded expressions. For a long time, they were speechless. The shaman's pupils shrank as she stared at Tang Zheng and shouted, "Who are you?" Just now, he did not see clearly how Tang Zheng made his move, but he only saw that the villagers who rushed over all fell to the ground. This scene was too impactful. Tang Zheng smiled. "I have already said that I am Sinosaurus's classmate. This is his home. Whether they leave or not, it's not up to you to tell them what to do." At this time, the villagers were at their wits' end. They looked at the shaman and waited for her to make a decision. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the shaman's face was gloomy. If she retreated this time, her reputation would be ruined. It would be difficult to bewitch this group of villagers in the future. "Humph, just a student. At most, he has a few moves. But he dares to act arrogantly in front of me. He really doesn't know life from death." The shaman gritted her teeth and cursed. She made up her mind to teach the other party a painful lesson. She wanted everyone to understand that no one could compete with her. So she shouted with a livid face, "Disrespect to the gods. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the gods." Whoosh! Before she finished speaking, she rushed towards Tang Zheng. Although she was not young and her body was not as strong as the other villagers, her speed was extremely fast. A strong wind blew, and she was already in front of Tang Zheng. She waved the scepter in her hand and attacked Tang Zheng's chest with great strength. The hearts of the others were in their throats. The father and son of the Dou family wanted to help, but they found that their shoulders were grabbed by a pair of delicate little hands, and they couldn't move at all. The two of them turned around in shock, only to find that it was the beautiful girl who had been silent all this time. The two burly men actually couldn't resist that pair of delicate white hands. "Relax, she can't hurt Tang Zheng," Wu Gujing said calmly. They nodded subconsciously, as if her words were magical, making them unable to think of resisting. Seeing that the scepter was right in front of him, Tang Zheng used his hand as a sword and pointed out with his finger. Boundless sword will gathered at his fingertip and touched the scepter. Bang! Tang Zheng did not move an inch, but the shaman flew out and crashed into the courtyard wall before stopping. "Ah!" The crowd immediately cried out in alarm as they stared at Tang Zheng as if they were looking at a ghost. Then they looked at the embarrassed shaman, as this was too outrageous. The invincible shaman, who was usually high up in their hearts, was actually so easily defeated by this student. Even a fool could tell who was stronger and who was weaker between the two. The shaman was burning with anger, her eyes spitting fire as if she wanted to eat Tang Zheng alive. Seeing the reaction of the villagers, she knew that this time she must get rid of this student, or else she wouldn't be able to survive here. She took a deep breath, clenched her teeth, and said, "You forced me to do this. You only have yourself to blame." Tang Zheng faintly smiled and said, "You don't have the strength, so don't try to bewitch people. Otherwise, the one who will lose face in the end will be you." "God, please." The shaman sneered and suddenly said as she pointed her scepter towards the sky. The green gem emitted a faint light, and the air was filled with a strange aura. Many of the villagers knelt on the ground and excitedly shouted, "The shaman has invited the gods to descend. This student is finished." This is the descending of the shaman and the gods. Old Do's expression also became extremely frightened. In his early years, he had personally seen the shaman's power when she invited the gods. The fear in his heart had long since seeped into his bones. He turned pale with fright and shouted, "Quickly, quickly save him. If the shaman invites the gods to descend, he will not be her opponent." Marshall did not say a word as she looked at the shaman with interest. The emerald on the scepter shone brightly and shot up into the sky. Then it descended from the sky and landed on her body, completely enveloping her. At the same time, the strange patterns on her clothes also emitted light, complementing the emerald light. In an instant, her entire aura underwent an earth-shattering change, becoming even sharper and her aura even more powerful. Tang Zheng watched all of this without blinking. He did not disturb the other party because he was really curious about this set of techniques and deliberately wanted to see through it. "Brat, accept your death." The shaman roared and once again attacked. She waved her scepter and the air was swept away. Tang Zheng was still unarmed. He quickly blocked and retreated half a step while the other party retreated a step. But in an instant, the other party's second round of attack came. The green gem on the scepter shot out a green light, directly attacking Tang Zheng's heart. Tang Zheng's heart tightened. It was obvious that the power of this attack was much greater than before. When his finger came into contact with the green light actually penetrated through his fingertips and seeped into Tang Zheng's body. A cold feeling instantly spread throughout his body, as if he was going to be frozen stiff. Strange. Tang Zheng revolved his power, and the cold feeling disappeared, without a trace. However, an illusion appeared in his mind. A monster bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws roared at him, as if it wanted to devour his soul. "Ha! You've eaten my attack. God will soon punish you. Your time of death has come." The shaman laughed proudly. She was not in a hurry to attack. She was confident. Sure enough, the illusion of this monster fluttered in Tang Zheng's mind. A stinging pain made him suck in a breath of cold air. Although this was an illusion, its power was not small. If it was allowed to wreak havoc, then Tang Zheng's brain would be damaged and finally become a fool. I understand now. This is the so-called God that she invited. However, this is not a god at all. It is just a remnant of the soul of a demon beast. The soul is attached to the emerald of the scepter. When the shaman uses a secret technique to activate the emerald, part of the power of the demon beast soul will be attached to her body. That's why her attack power is greatly increased. In fact, her own cultivation is not high. She must rely on this so-called god in order to achieve a qualitative leap in her strength. This scepter must be an ancient weapon, and this demon beast soul was sealed in it in order to increase its power. This shaman may have obtained this scepter by chance. That's why she accidentally cultivated a little bit of magic to swindle others. But today, Li Gui met Li Kue. Facing a powerful cultivator like Tang Zheng, her little tricks were not enough. With a thought, Tang Zheng's true fire emerged from his sea of consciousness and directly wrapped around the demon beast's soul. The demon beast's soul immediately roared and screamed. It kept rolling, trying to break free. However, its strength was too weak. It could not escape from the true fire's imprisonment. Ah! A scream resounded through the night sky. The shaman, who was originally confident, suddenly held her head and screamed. She shouted, "What are you doing?" Tang Zheng shivered. It seemed that this demon beast's soul had some kind of mysterious connection with her. That's why, when the demon beast's soul was burned by the true fire, she was also affected. Didn't you invite the god to punish me? Why are you the one suffering? I think it's the god who blames you, and not me. Tang Zheng jokingly said. Impossible, absolutely impossible. What's going on here? Who are you? The shaman screamed hoarsely. Her face was distorted because of the pain. All these years, it wasn't that no one dared to challenge her authority, but they were all defeated by her. Furthermore, she even used the souls of demonic beasts to turn them into fools, telling outsiders that this was a punishment from the gods. After several times, no one dared to go against her anymore, and she became the absolute authority. But this time, she had failed miserably. Facing a mere student, she had been utterly defeated. The villagers looked at the shaman, who was usually superior and invincible, had become like this. Their eyes widened in disbelief, and their hearts beat violently. The Dou father and son looked at each other. They couldn't hide their horror. At the same time, they were secretly delighted. The more powerful Tang Zheng was, the greater the hope of Sinosaurus being saved. The shaman was screaming and rolling on the ground. She no longer had her previous arrogant attitude. She loudly begged for mercy. Stop, stop. It hurts. It hurts. Tell me, are you lying? Tang Zheng struck while the iron was hot. Yes, I'm lying. There is no God at all. I'm just trying to trick everyone's money. That's why I'm being mysterious. She hesitated for a moment, but the heart-wrenching pain made her completely lose her resistance, and she revealed the truth. So she is trying to cheat people's money. Too hateful. The villagers woke up from their dream and were furious. Yes, there is no God. This is all in order to confuse people. Now that she has shown her true form, no one will be deceived in the future. These years, she has harmed many people. Several families were ruined by her. Tang Zheng smiled with satisfaction. However, he didn't stop. This demon beast's soul was nothing to him. However, to ordinary people, it was a fatal threat. Therefore, he didn't want to leave it behind. With a thought, his true fire burned more and more vigorously. Accompanied by an ear-piercing scream, the demon beast's soul exploded and turned into nothingness. At the same time, the emerald on the scepter also exploded, completely turning into scrap. Chapter 577. The villagers had already retreated to the entrance of the courtyard as they looked at Tang Zheng in panic. They were so scared that their legs went soft, and many of them had to support themselves against the courtyard walls to stand firm. The Dou clan father and son heaved a sigh of relief, but were also extremely shocked. They looked at Tang Zheng in a daze, and were speechless for a long time. Tang Zheng swept his gaze over the villagers. They were so scared that they hurriedly dodged backwards, afraid that they would follow in the shaman's footsteps. However, he had no interest in scaring these villagers. He calmly said, "Take her away. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the Dou clan again, then I won't be polite." No, we definitely won't. She was the one who instigated us. The villagers felt as if they had been pardoned. They hurriedly dragged the already stupid shaman out and disappeared into the boundless night. It was as if they were afraid that Tang Zheng would go back on his word. "Young man," old Do stammered, not knowing how to speak to Tang Zheng. It was obvious that Tang Zheng had given him too much of a shock. Tang Zheng smiled faintly and said, "Grandfather, uncle, let's save Sinosaurus first." The two of them seemed to have awoken from a dream as they hurriedly nodded. "Right, saving people is more important. However, I need peace and quiet to save people, so I would like to ask the two of you to wait outside for a while." Tang Zheng was afraid that there would be some strange phenomenon that would scare the two of them, so he deliberately sent them away. The two of them nodded their heads like they were pounding garlic and said, "Understood, we will be outside the door. If there is anything you need, just call out." Tang Zheng glanced at Wu and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. She would not listen to him and stay outside the house. Moreover, she knew his identity, so there was nothing to hide. Since she was willing to see, then let her see. Inside the house, Wu Zhuozhuo looked at him and asked, "How are you going to save him?" "There is a powerful energy in his body, and the reason why he became like this is because of this energy. So if we can figure out what this energy is, maybe there will be a way to save him," Tang Zheng said tirelessly. "Then I'll wait and see." Tang Zheng helped Sinosaurus to sit down cross-legged while he sat behind him. He placed his palms on Sinosaurus' back and slowly circulated the ancient, clear heaven scroll. True chi flowed out from his palms like a stream, seemingly penetrating Sinosaurus' back and entering his body. Since the energy in the other party's body was so domineering, then he would be gentle. He would use softness to overcome hardness and turn his Zhenqi into flowing water. Dripping water could penetrate a stone, and it would eventually penetrate that layer of protection. In fact, Tang Zheng could also fight strength with strength. However, he was worried that the energy would harm Sinosaurus, so he could only use this gentle method. Tang Zheng's Zhenqi attempted to penetrate the other party's back bit by bit. However, he could clearly feel an energy resisting his Zhenqi, preventing him from succeeding. However, there was one thing that made Tang Zheng very happy, and that was that the resistance was clearly much weaker than before. Looks like this method is feasible. Then let's see who can outlast the other. Tang Zheng's Zhenqi was abundant, and this level of Zhenqi consumption was almost negligible. The moment it was consumed, the ancient clear heaven scroll would circulate and produce new Zhenqi, continuously replenishing him. This was a battle of attrition, and Tang Zheng was not in a hurry. Marshall looked at the two people who did not react and could not help but frown. He wanted to ask, but in the end, he held back. At this critical moment of saving a life, any disturbance could cause all the previous efforts to go to waste. Not only the patient, even the rescuer could suffer a backlash and be injured. Outside the house, the three people of the Do clan anxiously waited. Do Jiang paced back and forth in the courtyard with a worried expression. Mother Do looked outside the house and said worriedly, "I didn't hear any movement. Can he really cure our son?" Do Jiang did not stop walking and said in a low voice, "You're asking me how would I know?" Mother Do let out a long sigh as she became more and more anxious. Old man Do once again smoked his pipe. Hearing his son and wife's discussion, he raised his head to look at the house and said, "My grandson's classmate is not simple." Do Jiang nodded in agreement. Yenqin University is truly a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. Letting him go to that school last year was a wise decision. In any case, I have lived for dozens of years and have never seen such a young man. His future achievements are limitless. Moreover, I believe that he can cure my grandson. He definitely can. Old man Do waved his skinny fist as if trying to boost his confidence. Tang Zheng's forehead gradually broke out in cold sweat. An hour had already passed, and his method was still not effective. Sinosaurus's body was like an iron wall. Even if he used this soft method, he was still unable to do anything. No, I can't give up like this. Tang Zheng clenched his teeth and persevered for another hour, but the result was still the same. This caused his confidence to take a huge hit. Second brother, I will definitely save you. I will definitely not let this strange and powerful energy destroy you. Tang Zheng silently encouraged himself. Seeing his reaction, Marshall finally understood that the past few hours of hard work had been in vain. He could not help but ridicule. Didn't you boast that you are powerful? His family is still waiting outside, but you can't cure him. Tang Zheng fiercely glared and said, I will not give up. Humph, I know you are very good at persevering, but if the direction is wrong and you continue to persevere, then you will be retreating in the opposite direction. The direction is wrong. Tang Zheng's had moved slightly. He had persevered for 2 hours without any effect. Perhaps this method of dripping water penetrating a stone really was not enough. Then, let's change another method. But what method should I use? Water overflows when it is full, and the moon is full when it is full. You are too arrogant, so you will definitely fall. This time, the taste of falling is not bad, right? Marshall said jokingly, not letting go of such a good opportunity to attack Tang Zheng. Water overflows when it is full, and the moon is full when it is full. However, Tang Zheng did not care about the other party's teasing words at all. Instead, these 2 words appeared in his mind. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He slapped his head and scolded, I'm an idiot! Why didn't I think of this method? Isn't his energy too strong? Then let's divert it and let this powerful energy out of his body. Wouldn't he be saved then? Marshall was startled. What exactly did he say? Why did it seem like he had pushed aside the clouds and seen the blue sky for him? Why do I have so much nonsense to say? She curled her lips and silently cursed. Humph, I see that you are so excited. Is it really possible? Don't waste your time. In the end, Tang Zheng circulated his power. This time, it was not true qi that was swallowed and spat out, but a huge suction force was produced in the center of his palm, like a whirlpool. Hiss, a trace of energy was extracted from Sinosaurus's body. It's really possible. That's great. I wasted so much time earlier, so I was looking in the wrong direction. Tang Zheng was overjoyed. He immediately focused and calmed down. He increased his power, and the suction force in his palm suddenly increased. After this energy was absorbed by Tang Zheng's body, it drilled into his 8 meridians. This energy was extremely powerful. It filled his meridians as if it wanted to completely fill them up and block them. Since you're in my body, how can I let you do whatever you want? With a thought, the true qi in his 8 extraordinary meridians gathered towards this energy from all directions. Then, like a dumpling, it wrapped around the other party and refined this energy bit by bit. This energy was ownerless. Although it was charging left and right, it was still unable to escape the encirclement of the true qi. It was refined bit by bit, and then transformed into true qi. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zheng felt like a balloon that was instantly filled with hydrogen. Even his 8 extraordinary meridians were widened by the sudden arrival of true qi, enough to accommodate even more true qi. This is really a pleasant surprise. There was a limit to the amount of true qi that could be stored in a person's body because the space was so big. However, if the meridians were widened, then it was completely different. It could store even more true qi, and when facing an enemy, it could consume even more true qi. This was an advantage. Since this energy had such a function, then Tang Zheng certainly could not let go of this great opportunity. while absorbing the energy in Sinosaurus's body. He controlled the transformed true qi to impact his meridians and expand them little by little. His meridians were like a small road in the countryside, and then step by step expanded into a highway. The feeling of surging true qi made him want to look up to the sky and roar. The energy gradually weakened. Tang Zheng stopped. The true qi in his palm only encountered very weak resistance this time. Then, the true qi broke through the defense and entered Sinosaurus's body. Wow! Tang Zheng was shocked. Sinosaurus's body had already undergone earth-shattering changes. He saw that the wide meridians were like Roman avenues that spanned across his body. Moreover, the meridians were flowing with energy on their own. His body has also been transformed by this energy. This body is too suitable for cultivation. In the past, Sinosaurus's body could only be considered strong, but now it was like the difference between heaven and earth. And what is this? A hammer. Suddenly, Tang Zheng saw a black hammer floating in his dantian. He could not see what material it was made of, but in Tang Zheng's eyes it was a magic treasure, but he could not see what quality it was. Could it be that this hammer caused his condition? The light that old man Do spoke of must have been emitted by this hammer. But no one would have thought that it would actually run into Sinosaurus's dantian. This energy contains powerful energy. If he had not met me, it would have definitely backfired on him. In the end, it would have been swallowed by this powerful energy. But now, he can use this energy and the hammer for his own use. He has profited from a disaster. Ordinary people's cultivation is very slow, but after this incident, his cultivation will be twice as fast with half the effort. Suddenly, Do Long groaned softly. Tang Zheng felt as if he had just woken up from a dream and regained his senses from the shock. He withdrew his palms and immediately asked with concern, "Lao, how are you?" Sinosaurus slowly woke up. He looked at Tang Zheng in astonishment and said weakly, "Third brother, is that you? My body seems to have undergone earth-shattering changes. This is all because of you. Thank you." "Because of me?" "That's right. The pills you gave us before saved my life." "You mean the Peiyuan pill? Is that called the Peiyuan pill?" Sinosaurus did not fully understand. After the Peiyuan pill was refined, Tang Zheng left a lot for his roommates to eat as snacks. It was to strengthen their foundation and improve their physique so that they could cultivate in the future. Chapter 578. The Peiyuan Dan had improved Sinosaurus's physique, so when the hammer entered his body, the powerful energy it emitted did not immediately take his life, allowing him to survive for so many days. Otherwise, even if Tang Zheng had saved him, he would have been finished long ago. Thus, Tang Zheng's unintentional actions had saved Sinosaurus's life. This was called planting flowers with the intention, not blooming, but planting a willow unintentionally and growing a shade. This was a fortuitous encounter. Wuda looked at the awakened Sinosaurus in astonishment. His unintentional words had actually enlightened Tang Zheng, allowing him to think of a way to break the seal and save him. "Humph, this isn't all his credit. I also have a part of it, so he's not that amazing." Wuda suffered a blow and could not help but comfort himself in his heart. After coming back from the gates of hell, Sinosaurus had gained a lot. Although he was still weak, the look in his eyes had clearly changed a lot. He looked at Tang Zheng with a burning gaze and laughed softly. "Oh, L3, you really hid it from me. If not for experiencing this, I wouldn't have known that you were a cultivator." Tang Zheng was slightly moved. Sinosaurus being able to expose the matter of cultivators with a single sentence was commendable. Not only had his physique undergone an earth-shattering change, he also knew about Su Hao and more knowledge about cultivators. Without a doubt, This was definitely related to that mysterious hammer. Second brother, since you know my identity, then I have something to tell you. The identity of a cultivator in this world is extremely awkward. The living environment can be considered harsh. There are many enemies. If I had told you my true identity back then, it would have harmed you. I hope you understand. Tang Zheng said, sincerely. Sinosaurus exclaimed in surprise and said, Is that so? I thought cultivators were very awesome, like the gods in the legends, flying in the sky and burrowing into the earth. Omnipotent. Why do you sound so bitter? Could it be that the hammer did not tell you this? This time it was Tang Zheng's turn to be curious. Sinosaurus blankly said. The information in the mountain-shattering meteor hammer only said that there are cultivators and martial artists in this world. It did not say that the living conditions of cultivators are so harsh. Mountain-shattering meteor hammer? Yes, that hammer's name is mountain-shattering meteor hammer. It is said that it has the power to shatter mountains. Tang Zheng nodded his head. That was truly a rare divine weapon. What grade magic treasure is that? Heaven-grade magic treasure. Tang Zheng stared at him, as he could not help but admire his dog-shit luck. Even when hunting, he was able to encounter a heaven-grade magical treasure that would take the initiative to possess him. This kind of heaven-defying luck, many cultivators to the point of their blood. Do Long was confused. He did not know how precious the mountain-shattering meteor hammer was, and asked curiously, why is the situation of cultivators so tragic? Since Sinosaurus had already stepped into the ranks of cultivators, Tang Zheng could not help but say a few more words, clearly explaining the current situation of cultivators and martial artists. Sinosaurus frowned. His face was uglier than crying. He pursed his lips and said, It seems that this world is full of danger. I thought that I would be able to enjoy limitless glory in the future. Fuck! It seems that I was thinking too much. Hee hee, you can indeed enjoy limitless glory, but it also comes with danger. This is called the reward is proportional to the risk. Tang Zheng laughed involuntarily. Since cultivators and martial artists are like fire and water, why is this beauty always by your side? And Yi Ding Dang, didn't she also do that with you? Sinosaurus blinked his eyes and asked with an evil smile. Tang Zheng rolled his eyes and said, The situation is different. In short, your identity should be kept secret as much as possible. Don't let others find out. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. Sinosaurus sighed and said, It seems that I still have to tuck my tail between my legs. It's not like it's been a day or two. It's not that big of a problem. In addition, it's best to keep this matter a secret from your family. The more they know, the more dangerous it will be. Tang Zheng warned. I understand. Then why don't you tell me how you came across this mountain-shattering meteor hammer? Tang Zheng asked curiously. This was the question he was most concerned about. This kind of divine weapon was hard to come by. Hee hee, it's nothing special. It's just that my grandfather and I went hunting in the mountains and accidentally passed by a sinkhole. Then the mountain-shattering meteor hammer felt my tyrannical aura and knew that I was a 1 in 1,000 cultivation genius. So it willingly entered my body. Sinosaurus proudly boasted. Tang Zheng rolled his eyes and joked. Don't think too highly of yourself, tyrannical aura. Your temperament is just like a fox pretending to be a tiger. Hey, you can't slander me. Sinosaurus retorted, unconvinced. You're just jealous, naked jealousy. What other mysteries are there in that sinkhole? Will there be other divine weapons? Tang Zheng asked. Sinosaurus shook his head. How would I know? I was a blank piece of paper at that time. I didn't know anything. I want to go and take a look. Tang Zheng decided. There was no divine weapon in this world that appeared for no reason. There must have been many people who had passed through that sinkhole before, but this mountain-shattering meteor hammer didn't combine with others, but chose Sinosaurus. There must be some reason for this. Since he was here, of course, he had to investigate it clearly. Moreover, Su Ingtian also came to the Northeast, but he didn't know why, but he felt that something must have happened in the Northeast to make Su Ingtian personally come. Okay, I'll lead the way, Sinosaurus said while patting his chest. Dong dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, interrupting the conversation between the two. Grandson, son, is that you talking? Are you awake? The Doe family members asked with concern outside. Let's talk later. Let's see your family first. During this period of time, they have been worried to death about you. Creak. The door opened, and 3 people staggered in. When they saw Sinosaurus sitting on the Kong, the 3 of them were startled and then flew towards him, shouting in joy, "You're awake. That's great. The heavens have eyes." The family hugged each other, and even a big man like Do Jiang shed tears of happiness. These days, to their family, were simply torturous, and their hope was almost extinguished. They didn't expect that there would be such a big turn of events. Others are watching. How embarrassing. Sinosaurus glanced at Tang Zheng and Marshall and said embarrassedly, if this embarrassing situation were to spread back to the school, then wouldn't his reputation be destroyed in an instant? Little Tang is not an outsider. Old Do patted his grandson's head and said, "This time, it's all thanks to him. Otherwise you and your little life would have been lost. Our Do family's children are all people who know how to repay kindness. Do you understand?" Sinosaurus said with grievance, "Then do I have to repay you with my body?" Pa! Old Do knocked on his grandson's head and scolded, "You're not serious." Sinosaurus stuck out his tongue and winked at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng smiled faintly and said, "Grandfather is too serious. Sinosaurus is my brother. I should save him. Moreover, this is also a small matter." "Grandfather, did you hear that? This is called brother," Sinosaurus said, as if he was presenting a treasure. In fact, he was also very grateful to Tang Zheng for saving his life, but in front of so many people, and all of them were men, he was too embarrassed to say thank you in public. Old Do smiled with gratification and said, "I hope that you can be brothers for a lifetime. Grandson, this kindness must be engraved in your heart. Do you understand?" "I know." Sinosaurus nodded heavily, and this time he did not refute. "He's still very weak. Let him rest first." Seeing Sinosaurus's pale face, Tang Zheng advised, "Okay, rest. You've been busy all night. It's time to rest." "Mom, I'm hungry. Let's eat first," Sinosaurus said. Mother Doe slapped her head and said, I was too happy. The food that I prepared for your classmates, they didn't have time to eat. I'll go prepare it immediately. You guys wait for a while." The family was happy and harmonious, and the depressing situation from before was completely different. In the afternoon, Tang Zheng and the other 2 woke up after a good night's sleep. Sinosaurus recovered very quickly. His face had already regained its rosy color, and he was in high spirits, as if he had endless energy. Bang! He threw a punch at a pile of snow in the corner, causing it to explode, and snowflakes flew into the air, dancing in the air. Wah! He looked at his fist in shock, and found it hard to believe. Is this the strength of a cultivator? You're already at the 5th grade refining body. You've really soared to the heavens. You're even more powerful than me back then. Tang Zheng sighed. Back then, he had cultivated the ancient clear heaven scroll step by step, slowly increasing his cultivation, but Sinosaurus's path was completely different. He was like a pauper who suddenly obtained a large amount of treasure, and although a portion of it was absorbed by Tang Zheng, the remaining energy allowed his cultivation to undergo a qualitative leap. Of course, this did not mean that his physique was more powerful than Tang Zheng's. It was just that the 2 of them walked different paths. Tang Zheng's 9-yang saint body was still a super physique that no other physique could compare to. Sinosaurus chuckled and proudly said, "I already said that this brother is a genius. Now, you know." The 2 of them chatted and laughed, as if they had returned to their school days. Without a doubt, after this battle, the relationship between the two of them improved by leaps and bounds, and they really became brothers who went through thick and thin together, especially Sinusaurus's straightforward nature. Although he did not say it out loud, but if anyone dared to go against Tang Zheng, he would definitely not hesitate to stand in front of Tang Zheng to protect him, even if he had to give up his life. Marshall crossed her arms and silently watched the two of them from the side. Her expression was as calm as an ancient well, but her heart was already in turmoil. In the past, she had always thought that there were very few cultivators in this world, and there were indeed very few of them, but ever since she met Tang Zheng, cultivators emerged one after another like bamboo shoots after a rain. This time, she had personally witnessed the transformation of a cultivator. If it was in the past, she would have already killed him, because this was her belief, and she had been educated like this since she was young. However, now that her belief was collapsing bit by bit, witnessing the rise of cultivators one by one, she suddenly felt a sense of panic. Could it be that in the future there would be more and more cultivators in this world? Then what about the martial artists? She shook herself violently, unable to comprehend the matter. Master will definitely consider such a big matter. I will just carry out his orders. With great difficulty, she managed to find a reason for herself, and like an ostrich buried in the sand, she did not want to think about this problem that made her panic. Marshall, let's go to the sky pit now. Tang Zheng's voice interrupted her thoughts. Chapter 579. Sky Pit, a large pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters, dozens of meters deep. It was pitch black, and the bottom of the pit could not be seen clearly. It was said that at some point in time, this unique landscape was formed by the impact of a meteorite from outer space. There were many large and small sinkholes in this endless Changbai mountain. To the nearby mountain people, sinkholes were not surprising at all. They had seen many of them since they were young, but usually they just had to be careful not to fall. They had never heard of anyone having any fortuitous encounters beside the sinkhole. Here, this is the sinkhole that grandfather and I passed by. Sinusaurus pointed to the sinkhole beneath his feet and said. Tang Zheng frowned as he looked at the sinkhole. It was dark under the sinkhole, so he could not see the situation clearly. Have you been down there? Sinusaurus shook his head. Why would I go down there? It's so dark. Who knows what kind of monsters there might be? Do you want to go down and take a look? It's so high. How do we get down? Sinusaurus shrunk his neck and took a step back. Tang Zheng smiled mysteriously and jumped, like a big bird pouncing into the sinkhole. Lao San, what are you doing? Sinusaurus screamed in shock. Wu glanced at him without saying a word. With a tap of his foot, he also fell into the sinkhole. Sinusaurus was flabbergasted and muttered to himself, Damn, are the two of them not afraid of death? Suddenly, he remembered his identity as a cultivator. Lao San is not afraid, and even that woman is not afraid, but I am afraid to move forward. Am I still a man? What are you afraid of? I am a cultivator, so I should be very powerful. He took a deep breath and stretched out the tip of his foot to test it. He stepped on a protruding stone on the wall of the pit. Suddenly, the stone loosened and rolled into the sinkhole. His feet slipped, and with a scream, he fell straight to the bottom of the pit. Damn, I'm going to fall to my death. I'm going to be smashed to pieces, leaving only a pile of dregs. Do Long wanted to cry, but no tears came out. However, a burst of energy gushed out from his body, causing his speed of descent to decrease drastically. His eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He immediately grabbed a rock and stabilized his body. Second brother, stop dawdling. Come down quickly. The fall won't hurt you. You have to adapt to the energy in your body. Otherwise, you'll be like a baby hugging a machine gun. It'll be a waste. Tang Zheng's voice came from below. Sinosaurus was greatly embarrassed. His face reddened as he said, "I'm not a child. Isn't it just adapting? Who doesn't? My adaptability is so strong that it scares even myself." Then he adjusted his breathing and suppressed his pounding heart. He let go of his hand and started free falling. It was as if he had suddenly been enlightened. He slapped his palm on the wall of the pit to dissipate most of the force. Then he started free falling again. Whenever his speed was too fast, he would slam his palm on the wall of the pit to dissipate the force of impact and reduce his speed. He repeated this over and over again until he gradually got used to it. He shouted excitedly. This unprecedented feeling was really too good. Bang! His feet landed on the ground. His body swayed a bit before he finally stopped falling. He said as if he was presenting a treasure, "Third brother, look at how powerful I am. I'm so high, but I'm actually safe and sound." Marshall couldn't help but roll his eyes. This wasn't something worth showing off. It was just too normal. But he wasn't complacent for too long because he saw the flames jumping on Tang Zheng's fingertips. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, your fingers can even emit flames. I want to learn this move. It's too cool." The true fire jumped, illuminating the bottom of the black hole. The bottom of the hole was only covered with a thin layer of snow. In the middle of the hole, there was a large hole that was shocking to the eye. From the fresh soil that was flipped over, it could be determined that this large hole was definitely formed recently. "Second brother, summon your mountain-shattering meteor hammer," Tang Zheng said in a deep voice. "All right, look carefully." Sinosaurus deliberately played around. He rubbed his fists and shouted, "Come out." There was nothing. Sinosaurus was stunned for a moment. He was incomparably embarrassed and said embarrassedly, "I made a mistake. The first time was strange. The second time was familiar. This time it will definitely work." After he finished speaking, he clenched his teeth and roared, "Mountain-shattering meteor hammer." Whoosh! A strong wind blew, and a dark, giant hammer appeared in his hand. The mountain-shattering meteor hammer was bigger than a human head. The huge hammer head gave people a sense of shock and power. It was the first time Sinosaurus summoned the mountain-shattering meteor hammer. He was overjoyed. He touched the giant hammer excitedly and muttered to himself, "Domineering, this motherf asterisk curs domineering. With this hammer, a person's head will become a meat patty." He really had the urge to test it on someone. "Third brother, don't be happy. Put the mountain-shattering meteor hammer into the hole." Tang Zheng said. Sinosaurus reluctantly put the mountain-shattering meteor hammer into the hole. It was obvious that this hole was the masterpiece of the mountain-shattering meteor hammer. My guess was right. This mountain-shattering meteor hammer was in this sinkhole before, but I don't know why, but it was absorbed into your body. Tang Zheng nodded. He understood some of the reasons, but more questions followed. When was this mountain-shattering meteor hammer in this sinkhole? From the fresh soil, it can be seen that this hole was created recently. In other words, the mountain-shattering meteor hammer has not been in this sinkhole for too long. Third brother, why are you frowning? Why don't we go to other sinkholes to look for it? Maybe we can find other treasures like the mountain-shattering meteor hammer. Sinosaurus suggested. Tang Zheng shook his head and smiled bitterly. How could there be so many treasures in this world? Moreover, there were countless sinkholes in this Changbai mountain. If there was a treasure in every one of them, then the treasure would be too worthless. Sinosaurus knew that his words were too ignorant and ridiculous. He said in embarrassment, Third brother, if you really want this mountain-shattering meteor hammer, I'll give it to you. I believe it will be more powerful in your hands. Tang Zheng was stunned. Looking at the other party's reluctant and determined expression, his heart warmed. He understood that the other party had misunderstood his meaning, so he explained, "Second brother, you misunderstood. I don't want the mountain-shattering meteor hammer. Since it chose you, then it is your destiny. It belongs to you. I was thinking about something else." "What problem?" Marshall said thoughtfully. "He is thinking about where this mountain-shattering meteor hammer came from." Tang Zheng looked at Marshall with admiration. This woman was actually not as stupid as Li Xiaotian, but she usually relied on force to solve problems and did not like to use her brain. Li Xiaotian was the exact opposite. When he could use his brain, he would not easily make a move, so he appeared to be two-faced and cunning. As expected, none of the people from Li Palace and Marshall's sect were easy to deal with. "Wow, beautiful lady, you are a roundworm in third brother's stomach. You even know what he is thinking," Sinosaurus exclaimed exaggeratedly. Marshall's face turned cold. Sinosaurus immediately hid behind Tang Zheng and changed the topic. "I don't know the origin of the mountain-shattering meteor hammer," Tang Zheng said, "so we have to investigate the ins and outs of everything. Any abnormal matter will not be as simple as it seems on the surface. There must be a deep underlying reason. Third brother, why do I feel that your words are more and more philosophical?" Sinosaurus held his chin and said meaningfully. Tang Zheng smiled knowingly and said, "Are you envious?" "A little." Sinosaurus said bluntly, "Maybe now I know why you have so many beauties by your side. If I reach your level, maybe I will also have this kind of happiness." Second brother, be careful that I tell that person in your family to serve you with the family law. Good brother, how can you tear down my stage? Let's talk about the important matters first. We have to investigate the origin of this mountain-shattering meteor hammer. Sinosaurus changed the topic and said. Tang Zheng gave a mischievous smile as his second brother's personality was becoming more and more out of control. It seems like the mountain fragment meteor hammer not only changed his body, but also his personality. In other words, now that he was strong, he was even more confident. Even his every move had a change in temperament. That's right, this is our top priority. Before he finished speaking, Tang Zheng's voice suddenly stopped. He raised a finger to his lips and made a shushing gesture. Furthermore, he extinguished the true fire. Everyone be careful. There are people approaching from outside the sky pit. The sound of footsteps outside the sky pit was transmitted to Tang Zheng's senses through the rocks. In this world of ice and snow, and in the first month, other than people like Tang Zheng who deliberately came to find out the reason, the nearby residents rarely went up the mountain. This was the experience that Old Man Doe had imparted to him. This kind of experience that had been summed up over the past few decades would definitely not be too big of a mistake. Therefore, the footsteps above his head were definitely not from the nearby residents, but from someone else. In this primeval forest, other than hunting tigers, there would be no traces of tourists. Therefore, the people above were not ordinary people. In addition, from the sound of footsteps, Tang Zheng also gained something. One of the footsteps was very light and slow, and if not for Tang Zheng focusing on his perception, he would not have noticed it. To be able to walk so easily in the heavy snow, this already showed how strong the other party was. The sound of footsteps gradually approached, and even Wu and Sinosaurus had already heard it. They simultaneously shivered and raised their heads to look at the sky, only to see a few figures appear at the edge of the sky pit. However, only Tang Zheng could see them, and because the bottom of the pit was too dark, the other party did not discover Tang Zheng and the other two. "Is it here?" a voice asked. We've searched for so many sky pits in front of us, and only one of them has a harvest. This is the foot of the mountain, so this is the last sky pit in the south. If we don't find anything, then we'll stop here." Another person replied, "I hope we can find something here. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too embarrassing to waste so much time and not find anything useful? In any case, we already have a harvest. That harvest is enough for our operation to be considered a success." Another person retorted, "Hee, that's right. These days it's getting more and more strange. Rare treasures have actually appeared so quietly that you're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.